Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
It is a beautiful night for baseball. The Reds are finally back at Great American Ballpark, opening a long homestand. 4 different teams come to town during it, and it starts with the best team in the American League. The Kansas City Royals in for 2 games to take on the Reds. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Boy, these Royals are rolling and have been really pretty much, Chris, since about the middle part of last year. They've been the best team in the American League, and the matchup in Game 1 tonight pits a former Reds All-Star against perhaps a future Reds All-Star.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Tom. Very interesting matchup. You've got the veteran 32-year-old Edinson Volquez, former Red. Of course, he was traded for Josh Hamilton. We'll tell you about all the trades of Volquez as the game goes on. He's had a pretty good year here for the Royals, 11-7 overall with a .327 earned run average, coming off his worst start, by the way, of all year long. Raisel Iglesias, well, he's had 10 starts, and he is, in my book, very, very impressive. A young man to control the outside part of the plate. He made one bad pitch against the Padres. That was to Matt Kemp, who parked it for a 3-run home run, and that was all the Padres sniffed all day long. Once he got in his groove, changing speeds, dropping that arm angle, there really wasn't much the Padres could do against Iglesias at all.
You know, Volquez is a guy, as you mentioned, who's bounced around, but it appears as though, Chris, he is finally becoming the pitcher everybody thought he might be.
Well, it's one of those things, Tom, where you're blessed with so much natural stuff. You're wondering if you can ever finally fulfill what the scouting report says. I mean, after all, when the Reds got him at about the same age that Iglesias is right now, he went off and became an all-star right away. So we'll see where he is now. He's, of course, at 32 years old. You're more tempered, you're more mature, and you've got better control over your pitches, you hope, because it was control that was always the issue for Edinson Volquez.
When you're playing the Royals, perhaps more so than against any other team in baseball, you're best served to have the lead early, because this bullpen is knock it down.
Well, you know the old saying in baseball is that if you want to win, you have to have a good bullpen, especially on the road. And man, oh man, they do have a good bullpen. And we're not just talking about the 8th and 9th inning. We're talking about any time Ned Yost has those bullpen gates open up and a reliever comes into the ball game, second in the AL in saves, lowest earned run average in the AL that bullpen has. This is a warning to Brian Price and the rest of the Reds. Get a lead and hold on to it, because it's awfully tough to take one away.
All right, when we come back, tell you one guy's thrilled to be back home. That's Brandon Phillips, his main man, Jim Day. We'll have more on that when we return. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
All right, the Reds are back in town. They face the Royals, so wear your dreadlocks. Johnny Cueto in the opposing dugout. It'll be muggy tonight. If we see thunderstorms, they'll be very isolated in nature. So we would have to be extremely unlucky to get a thunderstorm, and we're just not like that. Partly cloudy skies, 81 down to 74 as you're headed home. Ooh, get them on, get them over, and get them in. And enjoy the game, everybody, on Fox Sports Ohio.
Tim, thank you. I'm Jim Day on the field. When you face the Kansas City Royals, you know these guys can flat out hit, so the Reds need as much offense as they can get, and perhaps they'll have the springboard at the top of the lineup, that being Brandon Phillips, and he likes the home cooking. He's the subject of our IGS Bringing the Energy. He's riding a 12-game hitting streak here at home. That's the second longest active streak in Major League Baseball. A .418 clip during that streak, 23 for 55. We've seen a more athletic Phillips this year, and we've certainly seen him swing a more consistent bat. They'll need it. Interleague play continues. One of the toughest tasks in the league, facing the Royals. Tom Brenneman and Chris Welsh are next with the play-by-play action of Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your tri-state Chevy dealer. By Menards. Save big money in Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Feeling good tonight. Sunny skies. Beautiful August Tuesday night in the Queen City. And welcome to Great American Ballpark. Ned Yost, the winningest manager in Royals franchise history. Still 4 games under 500, but that will change before this season is over. His lineup tonight has Escobar at short, Zobrist recently acquired at second, Kane in center, Hosmer at first, Perez catching, Moustakas down at third, Alex Rios in right, Jared Dice in the left fielder, and Edinson Volquez on the mound. Starting it for the Redlegs, making his 11th Major League start, is right-hander Raisel Iglesias.
It has been somewhat of a small sample size so far. I mean, after all, do you judge a guy after he's only had 10 starts? But what not to like about Iglesias?
And he appears to be getting better and better as this season goes on. And he'll record an out on the first pitch of the game as this one is underway. Escobar, a pop-up into short left, landing softly in the mid of Marlon Byrd. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Well, the things that you like from a pitching standpoint about Iglesias, and the first thing that jumped out at me when I saw him in the spring, and he's continued to do it, is have really good control of the first base side of home plate, the glove side. Secondly, he changes speeds very well. He's got a big gap between his slowest pitch and his fastest pitch. That makes it hard for hitters to adjust. And he's got a funky little breaking ball that right-handers have a very difficult time with.
Strike one to the recently acquired and multi-talented Ben Zobrist. Guy can play anywhere. I mean, look no further than what happened in about the last hour and a half. He was in the original lineup as a left fielder. And then all of a sudden they decided that Omar Infante, their second baseman, could not play. So Zobrist moves to second base as Dyson will play in left. No balls and 2 strikes on Zobrist.
He's been around a while. I mean, he's had 10 years in the major league, the vast majority of that time with the Tampa Bay Rays. And not the kind of numbers that bowl you over, although he is a 2-time All-Star. This year having a very good run with the batting average, at least in the games he's been with the Royals. Not a lot of home runs, although one year he did have 27. He'll get you anywhere from 15 to 20 per year. Switch hitter, plays everywhere, and does it a lot without a ton of pizzazz. I mean, he's just steady Eddie out there, and I think the Royals knew what they were getting when they went out and traded for him.
They got him from the Oakland Athletics in exchange for a pair of minor league pitchers. So the Royals, they went out and really zeroed in on 2 players very specifically. They wanted Zobrist on offense. They wanted Johnny Cueto on the mound, and got them both, and gave up 5 highly touted young pitchers to get them.
Well, interesting little move that Zobrist does in the batter's box. Watch how he puts his chin on his right shoulder. You know, pitchers aren't supposed to fly open. Well, hitters fly open too. And I haven't talked to him about it, but just watching him, I bet that's a little bit of a personal note for him to say, all right, I'm not going to fly open if I keep my chin on my shoulder.
Swinging a miss, strike 3, 2 up, 2 down for Weissel here in the opening inning. We look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford, coming up.
Well, nice little running fastball, just kind of going away from him right there. It's a good location, and took him 7 pitches, but Iglesias finally got him.
Iglesias on a pretty good run right now. He has strung together 3 very impressive starts. 6 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, and a win over the Pirates. He lost in Arizona, but he only allowed 3 hits and 1 run in 6 innings, and that pitch hits Lorenzo Cain. It was an off-speed pitch, and it just sailed away from him up and in.
Got him in a spot that's hard to rub. Trying to get back there with it. That's a changeup.
Cain is really one of 2 threats to run in this Kansas City batting order. They are not a home run hitting team. They weren't last year. In fact, the Giants and the Royals, when they played in the World Series, each had the fewest number of home runs in their respective leagues when they met in late October, early November, in a 7-game thrilling World Series, of course won by the Giants. And the Royals have hit the fewest number of home runs in the American League so far this year. Cain has 22 steals in 26 attempts. But to finish that thought on Iglesias, he has gone 3 straight starts of 6+ innings. As that one is shot into left field by Hosmer. Cut off by Bird. Throw will go into second base. And on to third goes Cain. They're on the corners with 2 away in the inning. And Perez coming up. Look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. The regular cast of characters pretty much day in and day out. Bird, Hamilton, Bruce, left, center, and right. Frazier and Votto, the corner infielders. Suarez and Phillips up the middle. Iglesias and Pena, the battery. Perez looks at ball one low and away. 251 batters, 17 home runs, 50 runs batted in. Got off to a terrible start in the month of August, and all of a sudden is really heated up. His last 9 games, hitting .333, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and has knocked in 7.
Very much respected as a player in the American League. He's a 3-time All-Star, including this year. So this is his 2nd trip to the Queen City in 2015. You can see what they're trying to do to him is just keep the ball down. I mean, he is incredibly strong. 6'3", about 250. He's the player, if you really paid attention, a year or so ago when in spring training, Aroldis Chapman was hit in the head by a line drive. It came off the bat of Salvador Perez.
You saw those gaudy numbers for Perez with runners in scoring position and 2 outs in an inning, among the very best in all of Major League Baseball. And Perez felt so badly about it. You may recall he came to visit Aroldis Chapman immediately thereafter in the hospital. Lined into left, caught by Marlon Byrd. How about that? That ball clobbered off the bat of Perez and hung up long enough for Byrd to run it down. So a scoreless opening inning. The Reds are coming to bat. And let's take a look at Brian Price's starting lineup presented by Meyer. Brandon Phillips, Eugenio Suarez again in the 2 spot. Joey Votto will bat third. Todd Frazier in the cleanup spot. Jay Bruce in right. Marlon Byrd in left. Pena, Iglesias, Hamilton, the latter third. Edinson Volquez having a very good year. ERA at 3.2. An 11-game winner.
It's really the best year that Edinson Volquez has had since his first Major League regular year, meaning the first when he got to pitch enough to be a every 5th-day starter, and that was in 2008 with guess who? The Cincinnati Reds. He was an all-star that year when he ran off the first half of the year at 12 wins and 3 losses, and he has really not climbed to this peak since. And you really have to say that before Johnny Cueto was acquired by the Royals, Edinson Volquez was the ace of their staff. So they got a major upgrade.
See his numbers in his career with the Reds. Eventually a part of that huge package that the Reds sent to the San Diego Padres, you may remember. That involved not only Volquez, but 3 former very high draft choices in exchange for Matt Latos.
If you look at it that way, Tom, you could say that Anderson Volquez has been involved in two of the biggest trades the Reds have made in the last 8 years. The trade, of course, that sent him from Texas to Cincinnati included Josh Hamilton. And then, of course, the trade you just mentioned for those 4 players. And that big deal that went with San Diego. 2 of those players, by the way, came back this summer as All-Stars. We just saw Yasmani Grandal, a catcher for the Dodgers, after he was traded from the Padres to the Dodgers. And Brad Boxberger now with Tampa Bay.
It's funny, isn't it? You look back on that now, and I think if you were to have made a wager with somebody that when the All-Star game is going to be played in Cincinnati, which 2 do you think will be playing in the game? You'd have bet a lot of money probably on Volquez and Alonso, 1 or 2, one or the other. And who knew about Grandal and for sure about Boxberg. 2-2 pitch will be played by the catcher. 1 out. Kansas City on defense, presented by Ford. We told you Dyson, a late addition to the starting lineup, pushing Zobrist into second base. Kane, a very good defender in center, and Rios out in right. There's Takis and Hosmer on the corners, and Perez among the very, very best behind the plate in all of baseball. A number of Reds had very good trips offensively. Of course, they had a couple of big breakout games where they scored a lot of runs. But then were very quiet in Los Angeles after winning the series opener. But Votto hit nearly .330. Suarez had a very good trip. 4 doubles, 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. And Chris, you were the guy saying it before it happened, that why not think about moving this young man up in the batting order?
Well, he did, and he responded. I think it puts a little more pressure on the opposing pitcher by having somebody in that 2-hole that has home run power. I mean, he's really had the same kind of year in about the same number of games that did Zach Cozart this year. Of course, Cozart was having a terrific year before he was injured, knee injury, out for the year. But I always thought, you know, if you have a guy in the number 2 hole and he's got a little pop, it's like having a leadoff hitter with a little pop. You make a mistake and all of a sudden you're down 1-0 in the first inning and you really haven't gotten loose yet as the opposing pitcher. 3-0 count. The Reds have the best batting average in baseball on 3-0 counts. Mainly because a few of them, like Votto and Frazier, are not afraid to swing at the ball, swing the bat 3-0, and they've had tremendous success.
Ryan 1 now on Suarez, and he takes it to the knees, or maybe just under the knees. A called strike, full count.
You're scouting Volquez, it's pretty much the same guy that was here, with the exception of the fact that he uses many more 2-seam fastballs now than 4-seam. And he'll consequently get a few more ground balls.
Hit down the left field line towards the corner and gone, and there it is. Another home run by Suarez, and it is 1-0 in the first inning.
This young man has opened some eyeballs. I mean, not just in Cincinnati, but all around baseball. That last pitch was right in on the hands, a little running 2-seamer. And Suarez says, get out of there.
That's precisely what you were just referring to moments ago. Some pop in that number 2 hole. Hey, Brian Price has already gone on record. I don't know if any of you at home were surprised by it or not. Really doesn't matter if anybody was surprised by it or not. When Suarez was, off to a pretty decent start at the plate, but a not so decent start in the field. Brian was asked about next year, and he immediately said, look, the shortstop job belongs to Zach Cozart next year. As you mentioned, Chris, this young man is saying you might want to rethink that, or I'm going to do anything I can to at least make you change your mind.
That decision may not be all Brian Price's. It may be something to do with the organization overall, because you question, do you have room on this roster for both Zach Cozart and Eugenio Suarez? If they both play the same position, and neither of them really ought to be a backup player, at least not based on what they've done this year. The decision the Reds have to make is, Suarez is 5 years younger, or 4.5 years younger anyway. And how much money is one going to cost over another? And is the best spot for him shortstop, or do we move him somewhere else?
Check swing, they appeal, and a strike to Votto, and he's out.
He can't believe that, because he was wondering whether the pitch was going to be called a ball or a strike by the location of the pitch, not the check swing. I have not seen him rung up on this type of a check swing all year long. Let's take another look at it, and you be the judge from the umpire at third position. Did he make an attempt to go at it? And I would have to say I agree with the third base umpire, Eric Cooper. You know what the umpires watch, and we've said it before, they really watch the bat head, because the way the rule book is written is, did the batter attempt to strike the ball? And that's all it says. So the umpire has to figure out, well, could that batter hit the ball? And in that case, I think he did a little bit of a little flick at the end there that we don't normally see out of Votto, and he's still in the dugout griping a little bit. Well, nothing wrong with going out there angry. Some people play better with a little edge.
2-0 to Todd Frazier. 29 home runs, 73 runs batted in. Jumped all over that 2-0 pitch and hooks it foul. He was ready for that 93-mile-per-hour heater. The one thing Volquez has done better this year, and certainly he did with the Reds, is he is throwing a lot more strikes. Now, he is still walking more than his fair share of batters. Last year, he got a little better. 192 innings with the Pirates, 13-game winner last year. He had a really good season with the Pirates. He walked 71, but back in the Reds days, he was walking nearly 100 batters, even the year he was an all-star. And this year, in 146 innings, 54 walks. That is significantly better over the last 2 years than where he was most of his career.
Well, his delivery is toned down a little bit. He doesn't seem to be jumping at the hitter quite as violently as he did earlier in his career. The other thing is that he's really adopted the curveball as his main secondary pitch, along with his changeup. He used to kind of toy around with a slider and a curveball, and pretty soon all those breaking pitches can kind of blend together and they get mixed up. Here comes the changeup. Interesting, when he was an all-star with the Reds in 2008, that was the first year they traded for him from Texas. He threw his changeup at about 32% of the time, which was way more than anybody else in all of baseball. He's toned that down a little bit, but he still uses that a lot, even on right-handed hitters.
Spun up a breaking ball that time, and Frazier lifts it to short left field, caught by Dyson, but Suarez gives the Reds the early 1-0 lead, his 8th home run. Tonight, Andy Vollmer from North Bend, Ohio, will win this beautiful new Tundra on display at Great American Ballpark, and you still have a chance to win it. Just register at your nearby Cincinnati and/or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Suarez, a home run for the Reds. 1-0. We begin the second inning. Marcell Iglesias against Mike Moustakas. 274 batter, 11 home runs, 44 batted in when the Reds were in Kansas City. This guy was the hottest player, Chris, on the planet. And that's not an exaggeration.
Well, would the Royals outscore the Reds 10-1 in that series? I mean, it was not a good couple of days spread there for the Reds. But you're right. Every time you threw the ball up there, he seemed to be finding a hole. I mean, hitting it hard somewhere. The Royals, a very young team. Moustakas is 26 years old. Former #1 draft pick, second pick of the draft in 2007. So when you're picking #2 in the draft entirely, that means you had an awful year the year before. Second worst in all of baseball. So the Royals have been able to get some high round draft picks, high in the round picks, because they have been bad for a few years, and now it's beginning to pay off.
Well, bad for a lot of years.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't quite the level as the Pirates, going over 20 years without a winning season, but they weren't far off. There's ball 4. Marcell has walked a batter, he's hit a batter, allowed a base hit. And here comes Alex Rios at 237, 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in. When the Royals are playing during Interleague and National League cities, they are missing a lethal bat in their lineup. Their regular designated Kendrys Morales has already knocked in a whopping 83 runs, third most in the American League. And it's the second highest single total of his career since before he had that devastating injury. You may remember, going all the way back to 2009, Morales knocked in 108 runs, then with the Angels.
So what do you do if you're Kendrys Morales in this 2-game set? You pace up and down the dugout.
Frazier will go to second. They'll get that out, and unable to double out Rios, one away in the inning. You know, it's staggering, Chris, and we've talked about this before, that the decline in offensive numbers around Major League Baseball. We know about that. But perhaps even more alarming is the decline in offensive numbers being put up by designated hitters in recent years among American League teams. Clearly, the Royals would be the exception to that rule, and that's becoming a rule. There aren't a lot of designated hitters having big-time offensive seasons like there was for many, many years in the American League. Should they reach the World Series again, that is a huge, huge bat out of their lineup. Now, the American League won the All-Star game again this year, which means the American League will have home field advantage throughout the World Series. The Royals are fortunate enough to get there. They had home field advantage last year and lost in Game 7 against the Giants. Fouled out a play by Jared Dyson. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, they had a whole plane full of all-stars here at Great American Ballpark. There was a time we thought they might have 7 or 8 starters, and all the raucous that caused around baseball.
Well, Dyson is the exact opposite of what you must say would be Moustakas. First round draft pick, second taken in the draft. Dyson was a 50th round draft pick. 50th. He was the 1,475th player taken in the draft in the very last round.
That's Mike Piazza-esque.
Yeah, and here he is playing in the major leagues. I mean, that's sticking with it. And that's proving a lot of scouts wrong along the way. And usually when you're drafting by that time, you're looking for players to fill out your low minor league roster so that your prospects have other guys to play with. You surround them with some players that you think that they can, hold their own in pro ball, but the chances are you realize not really going to make the major leagues.
Double play ball here. Phillips, Suarez, inning over. A leadoff walk by the boards. Reds lead 1-0. And Suarez and Chris here roughly the same number of at-bats. And you look at some of the numbers.
Very, very close these numbers are. I mean, home runs, runs batted in, doubles, runs overall. You really can't control that in the same number of at-bats. The difference, I guess, down here is batting average, with Suarez getting the edge there. But, shortstops are rated on their defense, too. And I'm not sure if there's a better shortstop glove man around than what Zach Cozart has given the Reds over the last few years. Combined right there, you take that out of your shortstop spot any day of the week.
If you're wondering about some of the defensive miscues, comparing the two, Suarez has committed 11 errors, Cozart only 3. If you're wondering about slugging percentage, about 20+ points higher for Suarez. And if you're wondering about on base percentage, Suarez at .340, Cozart .310.
So there's a tough decision to be made there by the Reds. The other big factor we talked about is the age and the cost of the player. And how many years can you control that player? Because nowadays you look at contracts as much as you look at talent.
And Bruce to the second baseman, and the throw is not in time. Good effort there by Zobrist, but Jay able to leg it out.
Now, does that go down as an infield hit? I mean, that is the second baseman, right? And he makes a play on the ball. And it's almost bang bang at first base, although not all that close. Puts off the bag anyway, but I guess that's an infield hit. The same as Billy Hamilton dropping one down.
I'm with you.
There have to be a special category made for that.
Jay does have 7 steals. He's been thrown out 5 times. Talked about Perez, an outstanding all-around catcher for these Royals. But of course, more times than not, that stolen base, the attempt and the successful attempts, are coming off the pitcher. And Bruce, a very short lead at first base. Strike one on Marlon Byrd. 241 the batting average for Byrd. 19 home runs, 42 batted in. Suarez a home run in the Reds' first inning. The only run of the night. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Volquez ahead of Marlin at 1 ball 2 strikes.
Well, that play that Marlon Byrd made in left center field to end the top of the first inning, you hate to say that it might be a game changer or a game saver, but who knows what would have happened in that inning had he not gone into the gap and gloved that ball that was hit right on the button. .93-mile-per-hour fastball in on Bird's hands. He's able to fight it off and drop it over the screen to keep it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Leadoff man Bruce Boyd here in the Reds' second inning. Gone swinging again, getting to chase that breaking ball down and away. Well, you know, when you follow the breaking ball like that up after a fastball right in on the thumbs, you've completely expanded the strike zone. And then that's really the best definition we can see. That's a curveball. Although it's more of a blended pitch, which is a little bit kind of a combination of a curveball and a slider.
Here's Brian Pena.
That pitch alone doesn't do it. You've got to set it up. And Volquez really looks like he's getting the idea what pitching is all about.
Well, we mentioned it. Volquez really put it all together for the first time in a long time, really dating back to that 2008 season with the Reds, although in many other categories he was significantly better last year than even that 2008 season when he won 17. Now, he didn't win quite that many last year with the Pirates, but he was 13-7 as it's popped up halfway up the first base line in fair territory. Hosmer there for out number 2. He started his career, as we mentioned, with Texas, came over to the Reds in a Josh Hamilton deal. Got hurt in 2009, came back for 12 games in 10. 20 games in 11, then traded to San Diego, was there for a year and a half, pitched in 5 starts, 6 games for the Dodgers, and then the Pirates last year, a 13-game winner with an ERA at 3.04, made 31 starts, pitched nearly 200 innings. He made 1 start last year, and that was the wild card game, you may remember. He started that game against the Giants, a 1-game do-or-die playoff. And Volquez got the loss in that game. He walked 3 batters in 5 innings, gave up 5 hits and 5 earned runs. The Giants, of course, were just getting warmed up. One and 2 on Raisel Iglesias, still in search of his first major league hit. 0 for 18 so far. Speaking of the Giants, they'll be in St. Louis, round 2 of that series coming up in about a half hour from now. Game 2 of the Pirates and the Diamondbacks. Arizona beating Garrett Cole last night. There's strike 3 call. A leadoff single, and Bruce never moves. End of 2. Reds lead on a Suarez home run, 1-0.
I'm Jim Dale's return of Johnny Cueto. They honored him on the Jumbotron between the top of the first and bottom of the first. Got a standing ovation earlier today. They were lining up to say hello to their former teammate, Johnny C. And talking to Brian Pena, he said that Johnny came into the clubhouse and got emotional, eyes welled up, and was just happy to be around his guys again. He's taking pictures with the guys. A lot of those teammates tweeted it out, and then Cueto met the media and said he actually lobbied to pitch in this series. He would have been on 4 days rest, but Ned Yost nixed that. But he wanted to pitch, and he said it was very, very strange going to the other side and going into the other clubhouse. He says no matter what happens, those guys in that Reds clubhouse are my guys, and it's still weird to see him in blue.
In fact, we had a lot of members of our camera crew that are here very, very early watching Cueto, as he always does, run the steps from time to time in between starts, and rather than donning Cincinnati red, sporting that Kansas City blue. There he is before the game. Fly ball to right field off the bat of Edinson Volquez, and that's out number 1 for Raisel Iglesias. Reds lead 1-0. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. They put him up on the Jumbotron out in left field. And the standing O, as mentioned by Jim Day. You know, you talk to the people, and I recall reading about it about a week and a half ago, nearly a week and a half ago, when Cueto made his first start in Kansas City. And apparently the electricity in that ballpark, even those who follow the Royals day in and day out in that magical ride they went through last year, they said they have never seen a single game like it at Kauffman Stadium. From a time Cueto came walking out of the dugout for his first pitch as a Royal in Kansas City, every pitch standing and cheering, every out. When he completed the 8th inning at 105 pitches, most of the people thought that he was out of the game. There's a slow roller to Brandon Phillips, and that'll take care of Escobar. 2 away here in the 3rd. When Cueto came out of the dugout to go back to the mound in the 9th inning, the standing ovation continued during the entire top of the 9th inning, when he closed out the game in a complete game victory. And Cueto even said after the game, the crowd tonight was unlike anything I have ever seen for a regular season game. And they have been packing them into that ballpark seemingly every night on the heels of that trip to the World Series and the way they're playing 1 year later.
Even the mascot wore dreads that night.
Yep. The numbers you saw in his most recent start came 8 innings, 1 run in his second start in Kansas City. That was on Saturday night when the Royals beat the LA Angels of Anaheim. He has pitched remarkably well, which is no surprise to anyone who's followed the Reds over the last number of years. 3-1 on Ben Zobrist, and they're hoping, of course, Chris, he can really rub off on the youngster Ventura, because they need Ventura to pitch like the guy we saw in Kansas City if they're going to have a more than just a puncher's chance in the American League postseason and perhaps beyond. A 1-2-3 inning, first one of the night for Mr. Iglesias. 1-0 Reds in front of Cueto's Royals.
Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Right now, time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag OhioDataStrongFan. You might just see yourself during an upcoming telecast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Reds 1 and the Royals 0. Bottom of the third. Edinson Volquez against Billy Hamilton. Now, here in a minute, something you brought up earlier. We're going to look at the delivery of the Edinson Volquez now compared to the Edinson Volquez we saw while wearing a Reds uniform as a very, very young man coming over in the Hamilton deal prior to 2008.
And before we do, it's worth saying that normally when a guy has spent as much time as Volquez has in the major leagues, you begin to really iron out some of the inefficiencies in your delivery, where if you did something really drastic, you began to just tone it down a little bit because you realized it was just wasted extra effort. And oftentimes those extra efforts made your delivery so complicated it's harder to throw strikes. Now, as you said, Tom, he still throws more balls out of the zone than he should and that he would like to. But I'm wondering if along the way you could almost characterize him as being effectively wild.
Fly ball center field. It'll back up Kane, but it's an out. All right, let's go back and take a look. To Volquez then and compare him to Volquez now.
All right, on your left is back when he was with the Reds in 2008. And we'll stop at a couple of places because if you watch on, look at the big stride that he has over here. And here he's got a very little stride. So right from the get-go, he's beginning to tone things down a little bit. Now when he reaches back for something extra, look how low he is to the ground here. He actually got a little bit lower than that. Here he only gets to about knee high, a little bit above that. That's part of it. And the other part is he's a lot closer and more compact with his glove. Both effective pitches. But I think it's easier to repeat that delivery that he has right now than that delivery that he had back then. And I know that Reds worked with him forever, trying to get him to calm things down, tone things down, and he's still pitching. That's the good news. Kind of interesting, really, and I remember the controversy in 2011 after 2011 after 2010. Volquez did not have a good year. He was 4-3 overall and just didn't have a great year. And he came to spring training the next year, and the Dusty Baker's at the helm, and he's wondering, all right, well, who's going to be the opening day starter? Edens and Volquez or Johnny Cueto? And I said, well, and as it turned out, Volquez got the nod because he had a little bit more big league experience overall than Cueto did. And of course, the rest of the story is that Cueto has started him ever since.
3-0 on back-to-back hitters, and Phillips swings away 3-0 and is tardy on a fastball. Volquez is falling behind virtually every batter. Fell behind Suarez 3-0, fell behind Votto 3-1, fell behind Frazier 2-0. Fell behind Bruce 2-0 before he had a hit. 3-0 to Hamilton. 3-0 to Phillips. And he'll retire Brandon on a 3-1 pitch the other way. 2 down in the inning. You know, you can follow the Reds wherever you are with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball, StatCast, radio broadcast, live look-ins, and so much more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Big games down the stretch over the final month and a couple of weeks. Races aplenty all over baseball. The Royals are not involved in one of them. The only thing they're looking at is continue to do what they've done all year long and nail down best record in the American League, which right now they have by a pretty significant margin. A 6-game overall lead for best record in the American League over the New York Yankees. Suarez homered his first time up, behind 0-2. We'll do it again. And the Royals division among the 6 in Major League Baseball is the only one that's a runaway. Royals with a whopping 12.5 game lead over second place Minnesota. Every other division in baseball, as that one is hooked foul, is separated by 6 games or less. 6 would be the lead for the Cardinals over the Pirates. And then you have the best record in baseball. And of course, right now, the 2 teams from the Show Me State. Gone swinging Suarez to end the inning. First 1, 2, 3 inning for each pitcher comes in the third. 1-0 Reds.
Eric Hosmer will hit second in this inning for Kansas City, and he has a boatload of contingent out there down the left field line, and they are from the Midland Amateur Baseball program. We've talked about them, one of the most storied programs in all of amateur baseball. He has a Cincinnati connection, does Eric Hosmer, and a big one. He played 2 summers here in Cincinnati as a team, actually led Midland to the World Series championship. Then he was drafted 3rd overall, and his agent Scott Boras told him, hey, don't play, you can't risk it. Well, he stayed in the house of Brian Hyler, who was an assistant at the time on that team, and got very, very close with the family. And actually Matt Harvey stayed there as well with the Mets, and basically told the Hylers, I've already got a ticket booked, I'm coming to play because I have such a connection there and I don't want to let my teammates down. A tremendous bond with the Hyler family. In fact, the sons of Brian Hyler call him Uncle Eric. And this past December, it really hit home because the guy that started the Midland program was Joe Hayden. Call him Papa Joe. He passed away this past December. And when Hosmer came back to town, instead of getting a hotel room, he went and stayed with the Hylers once again because that's family. Brian Hyler has told the story in 2007 when his wife suffered a miscarriage, how Hosmer heard about it. He's only 18 years old at the time. He immediately called the Hyler family and broke down on the phone. And Brian Hyler said, I cannot believe that an 18-year-old would be that emotional and that grown up about the situation. And guys, to top it off, further proof of the influence that Cincinnati and Joe Hayden and Brian Hyler had on him. He did an interview and he said, honestly, I try to act just like Papa Joe. The stuff he did for other people, the way he carried himself, he treated everyone with respect and treated everyone the same, and I try to emulate my life after Papa Joe Hayden. And we will forgive them for wearing Hosmer jerseys down the left field line, because kids on the east side, they look up to Eric Hosmer, and why not?
Well, it's understandable. I mean, Joe Hayden was a wonderful man. I grew up with all his kids. They all went to school out at Anderson High School, and you know, this was just a regular insurance guy, the Midland Corporation, when all of a sudden they decided 40 years ago to start, you know, sponsoring teams in not whole baseball. In fact, I played for Midland all the way up. I wasn't good enough to play for them when they got to be the team, the Indians and the Redskins, as you got into Babe Ruth and Connie Mack and that kind of thing. But you know, it started there, and then they started getting involved in Babe Ruth and Connie Mack, and they become they become really the best amateur program in the United States of America. If you're just looking, Chris, at who's winning Babe Ruth and Connie Mack World Series titles.
You're right. I mean, they're represented every year out there in New Mexico where the Connie Mack title is. In fact, they just got back. I don't believe they won it this year, oddly enough. But, I mean, just think of the number of players that in Cincinnati that have come back and played for the Reds who played for Midland. I mean, we're talking about, you know, Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Larkin. I mean, it just goes on and on and on the list. And Brian Hyler himself, who's taken over the management of the program. I mean, the Haydens are still involved, and of course the Midland Corporation has been such a big supporter of amateur baseball, and they brought a little focal point of amateur baseball right here in Cincinnati by doing so. But you know, Devin Marrero, Yasmani Grandal, the pitcher who pitched against us or against the Reds the other day for the Dodgers, Brett Anderson, all lived with Hyler.
That one blasted a one-hopper off the wall by Perez. He was the guy that had that line drive that was caught by Marlon Byrd in the first inning.
You know, we had a really good shot of that dugout with Salvador Perez sitting right next to Johnny Cueto, and Cueto doing all the talking. And I'm wondering if maybe Cueto dropped a couple of secrets on him about this Reds right-hander, because he's hit the ball like he knows what's coming. Of course, that and the fact that he's grooved a couple of pitches to Salvador Perez, and Perez is a strong guy that put the barrel of the bat right on the ball.
Has he ever twice? So a runner at second base, that is a tying run. And here is Moustakas, who walked his first time up. Swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. Before we talked about when the Reds saw Moustakas and the Royals earlier, I mean, Moustakas was just hitting everything right on the barrel. But there's a broken bat, 2-hopper to Brandon Phillips, and here's Iglesias yet again. Through 4, he's only allowed 2 hits and working on a 1-0 lead. Go further by Meyer. Find more for a healthier you at Meyer, and by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And as always, we wish those of you a pleasant evening over at Cincinnati Children's. We hope you've had a really good day today and an even better one tomorrow. Reds 1, Royals nothing. Reds have a heart of their batting order coming up against Edinson Volquez here in the 4th. Votto, Frazier, Bruce. Joey struck out. Rung up on a check swing in the opening inning. Strike 1. Votto coming off an outstanding road trip. Mentioned he hit nearly .330, 5 doubles, 2 home runs, 6 walks, scored 7 runs, knocked in 7. And the Royals put a big shift on Votto. It's interesting how maybe more than any other player on this Reds lineup, we see such a huge disparity depending on the team they are playing. You know, naturally you might think, Chris, it has something to do with the guy that's on the mound, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
I don't know either, Tom. I'm not sure how to explain that, because you would imagine that, I mean, defensive metrics don't lie. Essentially, they look at hit charts, and they're seeing these computerized hit charts of where guys hit the ball, so they're all looking at the same numbers, but they decide to interpret them in a different way.
1-2 to Votto. High fly ball, right field. And Rios 1 foot on the warning track for out number 1. Friday night, be part of the Reds fan cam with Christine and Mo Egger from 700 WLW over the Holy Grail. Your chance to answer Reds trivia, win prizes, be a part of Reds Live. The fun gets started Friday night at 6 at the Holy Grail. Frazier popped up to short left his first time up. Look where the Royals have their left fielder playing here for Frazier. Now this I haven't seen all year.
I've never seen this. I mean, sometimes you see the opposite fielder playing the line, but how many times do you see the pull field fielder on the line and he's way out here?
That's unbelievable.
I mean, look at the gap. If you're Todd Frazier, you look out there in left center field, you never see that. Center fielder pulled around a little bit. All right, so we'll take a look at hits by direction. Now, these are just hits, not where they hit the ball, but I mean base hits that are logged, and you know the fewest obviously in right field. That's about as general as you can make that chart. What ball teams are looking at are very specific, almost down to the foot measurements of where these balls are going. That chart actually more resembles probably the chart of a Marty Brennaman driver,
really,
off the tee box than it would actually be a hit chart for Todd Frazier. Yeah, his tendency to pull the ball a little bit.
Oh, all right.
A lot, actually.
I wasn't aware of that. Of course, he's got the big Marty Brennaman Golf Classic coming up out at Belterra in a couple of weeks.
He's probably, knowing him and his dedication to the game, he's probably out right now at the driving range.
Good bet.
Working on his game.
He's off this week.
He needs a break, so I'm sure he's taking a big breath.
Can't blame a guy for maybe not tuning in here at the beginning and just getting a little fresh air, hit a few balls out on the range, take a walk, whatever. We forgive you, Dad, if you're not dialed in. Of course, as some old friends come to town when the Royals come rolling in, our old buddy Steve Physioc. He was I worked for Steve Physioc right out of college when he was the Monday through Friday sports anchor over at Channel 5 WLWT. Shortly thereafter, he left to become the television voice of the San Francisco Giants. Spent a long time in Anaheim, and now back really in an area where he grew up as both a radio and television announcer now for the Kansas City Royals. Truly one of the most wonderful men you'll ever meet in your life. What a great guy. Him and his wife Stacy, in 3 weeks from now, will celebrate their 30th anniversary together. What a guy. He wanted to know, where is Marty tonight? Gone swinging on a high fastball is Frazier.
Pretty pesky at bat for Frazier. He hung around a while before he finally went down on the 8th pitch of the at bat, a high heater. Probably a four-seam fastball from Volquez. That's the pitch of choice when you're going up in the zone, and a two-seamer when you're going down in the zone.
5 strikeouts without a walk tonight for Edinson Volquez. Jay Bruce, a single. It was fielded in short right center field by the second baseman Zobrist. He's out there again. By the time he was able to get to it to his right and throw to first, Bruce legged it out. One ball and one strike to Jay Bruce. And there's that shift once more on Bruce. One pitch. Hold the string on him there. And Volquez can do that to you.
Well, that has always really been his calling card. Secondary pitch, the changeup first, and then other off-speed pitches like the curveball come after that changeup. Perez wants it in the dirt. Pretty good little pitch right there, and Bruce decided not to chase.
Two and two on Jay Bruce. 2 down, nobody on. Reds with a 1-0 lead. Comes with a changeup again, and that's all she wrote. 1, 2, 3 back-to-back innings. That's 9 in a row retired by Volquez. He's on the short end of a 1-0 game.
Kroger Meal Deal. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger Meal Deal, which includes a hot dog, 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, Planters Peanuts and a Hershey's Pudding Cup. Make sure you get your Kroger Meal Deal today. Reds with a 1-0 lead, top of the 5th here. Now, before the game, John Lamb, who has not hit since high school, bunting an ouch right off the bat and right into the left eye socket. He was taken to the training room. Now, luckily, it is just a swollen left eye. I talked to John right before the game. He said he's fine to start on Thursday. No ill effects from that. They gave him a concussion test, etc. But he did say it was a learning experience, that you have to keep the bat level with your hands, and he is still working on that side of the game. When he made his major league debut, that was literally the first time he had hit competitively since high school. So there you have it. See him right there with a little bit of a swollen left eye, and I'm sure it'll be black by tomorrow.
I would imagine you're right, Jim Day. Now, Chris, what were your impressions of Mr. Lamb making his major league debut in a city where, of course, his maternal grandfather was for years and years the public address announcer?
I mean, he had so much going on that ball game. He was from Laguna Hills, which is about 30 minutes south of Dodger Stadium, between really Los Angeles and Anaheim. His grandfather, John Ramsey, was the PA announcer for just about every athletic venue and event in Los Angeles for decades. So he had lots of friends and family all around. You know, he's coming to a brand new team. None of these guys on the big league team really knew him at all. He's throwing to a brand new catcher. I mean, there were a lot of reasons why the whole thing could have imploded on him, and it didn't. I mean, I thought he threw the ball very well. He's got a nice delivery, and he showed me from a pitching standpoint, if you're just going to scout from pitching, he's got 4 pitches, 3 of them that are really good pitches, and I like what I see.
Of course, he had the one mistake he'd love to have back, or else that line looks very, very different before he allowed the 3-run home run to Adrian Gonzalez. Here's a tapper foul wide of third. Alex Rios leading things off.
Not the first guy to give up a 3-run bomb to Adrian Gonzalez.
Nor the last. What were your impressions of the Dodgers? They beat the Reds 3 out of 4. We had not seen them all year long.
I think 2 days a week they're really, really good. Those are the days when Kershaw and Greinke pitch. Other than that, I mean, They're a pretty good team, but I think we've seen better teams in the National League Central Division. But Greinke, we did not see Kershaw. We missed him by a day. But when Zach Greinke pitched on Sunday, he was as advertised. I mean, and if he gives you that kind of effort every time out, he just about does. He's awfully tough to beat on those days. You know what Kershaw can do.
Of course, the Giants, you saw in second, there's a liner caught by Phillips, and Dyson retired for the second time tonight. 2 up, 2 down. The Giants over the weekend manhandled the Washington Nationals. You may remember it was a reverse of that when the Reds were in D.C. earlier this year. That series opened on the heels of the Nationals sweeping the Giants, and then San Francisco did the same. The Nationals have lost a whopping 6 consecutive games, and they are 1 game under 500. And I tell you what, they better get going.
It's a free fall.
They're 4.5 games behind the New York Mets. Certainly not insurmountable. Here we are in the 3rd week of August, but they could be in a little bit of trouble, because the wild card for most of baseball, if you're a second place team, if you're not in the National League Central, you've got work to do. Gone swinging Volquez, and Iglesias now with 3 strikeouts, a 10-pitch inning. He's working on a 2-hitter. Mike and Ike. And make sure to take advantage of the Reds 4 for $48 ticket offer and save big money. And don't forget, I mean, we've got the Tony Perez ceremonies going on after the game on Friday night, before the game on Saturday when they unveil the statue. We have the big giveaway to the first 30,000 fans on Saturday, plus that 4 for $48 deal. You cannot beat it. Weather's supposed to be incredible over the weekend. Sunshine, temperatures anywhere from the mid-70s to the low 80s. So come on down to the ballpark Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and then Sunday afternoon against Arizona. Marlon Byrd, Brian Pena, Raisel Iglesias against Volquez here in the 5th. Reds with a 1-0 lead on a first-inning home run by Eugenio Suarez. One ball and 1 strike. Byrd struck out swinging. Volquez has 6 of those tonight, and he has not walked about it. Only allowed 2 hits. A home run to Suarez and a leadoff single by Jay Bruce in the second inning. He has since retired 9 in a row.
Well, he's rolling along right now, and I'm not sure what's going on here with Salvador Perez. I think giving the home plate umpire a few extra moments after being hit by that foul ball. Mark Carlson got it right off the center of the mask.
And Perez indeed checking to see if he's there you go, holding up the fingers. But see, he didn't take the pre-concussion test.
That was it.
Yeah, that's all. It's all. It's like that running joke in football. You know, you hold up 3 fingers, the guy says 2, he says get back in there. It's not a joke anymore, though. Swing and a miss by Bird.
I'll tell you what, Bird doesn't think that Volquez is a joke either. He has struck out 2 times in a row on off-speed pitches. The first time a slider. That is a circle change. It kind of spins like a screwball, and he gives the arm action of a fastball, and Bird is full weight out in front. That's a pretty good pitch. 6 of them now for Volquez. 7 of them.
Including 3 in a row. He found Frazier and Bruce to end the 4th. And Bird to begin the 5th. Pena popped up to the first baseman, his only time up. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, when Volquez was here in Cincinnati, if you don't believe that playing in the major leagues or even in amateur baseball in through the professional ranks is a roller coaster ride, all you have to do is look at the up and down career of Edinson Volquez. I mean, they gave up on him in Texas because of a supposed bad attitude. They brought him over here. He had a meteoric climb. His first year here, he made the All-Star game, and of course, all of a sudden, you raise the bar of expectation. The next year did not go well at all. He had an earned run average over 4 through June. Was placed on the disabled list. Had Tommy John surgery the second year after the Reds had him here. The year after that, coming back from Tommy John surgery, he was suspended for 50 games. He tested for performance-enhancing drugs. Didn't come back until June or July. And in 2011 came back as the Reds opening day starter. Gets traded to the Padres, where he is twice named the opening day starter. And then in the second year in which he started the season as their opening day starter, he gets released in the middle of August. So I mean, that is up and down and up and down.
Remember that 2010 year? That was the year when you mentioned coming back from the injury, coming back from the suspension. And I remember all of us around here were so excited at the thought of getting Volquez back that all of a sudden he might be like acquiring a frontline pitcher, you know, for that run when the Reds had won the division for the first time in forever. They start a runner, and this will be an infield hit. How about that? The first major league hit for Raisel Iglesias comes on about as odd a play as you will see in baseball.
Really great play by the Reds right here, because you're figuring that, you know, you got to put a lot of faith in Iglesias to be able to put the bat on the ball. You got everybody running all over the place, and I think that's the one thing that the Royals never thought was going to happen, is that the runner was going to be put in motion. Because now you've got the first baseman trying to, or the second baseman trying to beat the runner to the bag. Got the shortstop out of place. You got the corner infielders coming way in. That's a great call by the Reds.
Boy,
I mean, a great call.
I think Brian Price shocked the entire world with that call.
Or
no
Jay
one
Bell.
saw that one coming.
Could have been Jay Bell as the bench coach calling that, but even if it was a committee, nice going.
Well, now Billy Hamilton, he put himself in a 3-0 count, took a strike, and then hit a 3-1 pitch straight up in the air to center field. His first time up. Two and 0 now on Billy Hamilton. You know, you were talking about Volquez, and we remember in 2010 when the Reds finally broke through to win the National League Central Division. We were so excited about Volquez coming back and maybe pitching in the playoffs. He made 12 starts during the regular year. And again, getting back to something you talked about that occurred the following year as an opening day starter. But remember, Dusty Baker made the decision to start Edinson Volquez in Game 1 of that division series against Philadelphia. It wasn't Cueto that started Game 1. It was Volquez, and of course that was a game when the Reds were no hit by Roy Halladay. .3-0 delivery. And there's a strike. In fact, if I remember right, Cueto did not start a game in that series. It was Volquez in Game 1. Bronson Arroyo, the tough luck loser, in Game 2. And then in Game 3, Homer Bailey pitched brilliantly and got beat, if I remember right.
I think you're right.
Swung on and fouled out of play. No, I'm wrong on that. It was Cueto who pitched well in Game 3 and got the loss. Allowed only 1 earned run. That was against Cole Hamels. 3-2 pitch. And a rare double play ball for Billy Hamilton will end the inning. How about that? That's only the second time he's done that all season long. Are off the bat of Perez, run down by Bird. That's a big play in this game. In the bottom of the first inning, the Reds actually got on the board. A solo home run by Suarez, his 8th. 1-0, and that's where we stand because, Chris, both of these pitchers, starting with Volquez and onto Iglesias, have been lights out.
Well, we've seen this with Iglesias before. We've seen it with Volquez, obviously, over the years. But Iglesias, in his last start, after he gave up a little first inning problem, he just came right back and really went to dealing. And he's been dealing from the get-go tonight. After that first inning catch by Marlon Bird, the Royals had 2 on. Salvador Perez hit a ball right on the button in the gap. Bird make a running catch. And right now, that is the defensive play of the game, and maybe a game saver. And the only reason the Reds have that 1-0 lead.
Top of the order coming up. This will be the 3rd go-round through the batting order for Raisel Iglesias. If he's able to get through this 6th inning, and the way he's been pitching, why wouldn't you think he can do that? It would be 4 consecutive starts. This young man has given you 6 or more, allowing 3 or less.
Well, he pitched 8 innings early in the season, or at least early in his season. 8 innings of 2-hit baseball, if I can remember correctly. And you really not know what you're going to get. I mean, out of pitchers anyway, but the more experienced they are, the more you realize when you run Johnny Cueto out, there's a really good chance you're going to get 6 innings, 3 runs or less, and maybe even a brilliant outing like he would give the Reds normally.
It's a nice piece of hitting right there by Alcides Escobar, a base hit.
With rookies, you really don't know. But with Iglesias, you're getting more and more to the point where you're raising the bar of expectation. You're also doing the same for Anthony DeSclafani. So just because you're running 5 rookies out in the rotation this year, it doesn't mean that everyone you have is going to be a solid every 5th day major leaguer for many, many years to come. Some of these guys are only in the big leagues because you have nobody else. So now is the audition time, and those that take advantage of it are the smart ones.
Down the left field line by Ben Zobrist, and unable to get there is Bird. Zobrist has struck out swinging and grounded out to Brandon Phillips. When you think back where the Reds in their grand plan, they were hoping that they'd have Cueto and Leak, and they were hoping Homer Bailey. And I'm going way back now. Looking ahead, they certainly had an idea payroll wise where they were. They needed to move Matt Latos. They needed to move Alfredo Simon. And yet here they are. Bailey's been on the DL all year long. Leak and Cueto traded. And now for better than a couple of weeks, a rookie every single night. Not the same quintet. Lorenzen has been sent down to the minor leagues where he threw a great game the other day, and I'm sure we'll see him back again this year. But will we see Finnegan up here, they acquired from Kansas City? Will we see Stevenson up here, the #1 prospect in the Reds organization, before this season is over? Ball and 2 strikes.
Sometimes, Tom, there are teams that are reluctant to bring rookies up, especially when the rosters are able to be expanded in the month of September, mainly because they're playing in competitive games, which the results of those games mean something to the playoff races. So you can't just bring your whole AA and AAA roster up here and run them out there just because you want to see them in big league action.
They'll have to hurry. They get one, and did they get one? Yes, is he out at second base? That was during the exchange from glove to the hand. And then Yost doesn't even get up. Zobrist runs well enough where that was going to be very difficult to turn to.
Really a good play all the way around. I don't think you're going to get the runner, but Suarez getting out of the way of the runner taking the outside slide path so that he can try to disrupt the throw, and he did that. But it wasn't a roll block. You're not allowed to do that, and he had to be within close enough to the bag where he could reach out and touch the bag, and he was there also.
One on, one out for Lorenzo Cain. Reds with a 1-0 lead. We're in the 6th inning. Swing and a miss on a fastball from Iglesias.
Well, this guy just had a hit streak stopped on Sunday, in which he was hitting over 450 over the previous 8 games. So you always want to know which hitters are hot and which are not, and he comes under the scalding hot category, at least until Sunday afternoon. Same with Hosmer in the on-deck circle.
And Hosmer has been a run-producing machine. Hosmer hitting nearly 400, tops among all American League batters since the All-Star break. More importantly, perhaps, he's knocked in a run in 10 straight games. That's the longest streak in baseball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Reds have already seen the other guy, or one of the other 2 guys, that had knocked in a run in 9 games in a row when Adam Lind of the Milwaukee Brewers did it. Part of that against the Reds. Two and 2. This should be 2. There's 1. And it is a double play to end the inning. So the beat goes on for Iglesias, who allows the leadoff single. 6 innings of 3 hits, shutout baseball.
On pace to have a pretty impressive season stealing bases with that guy, Billy Hamilton, leading the league. Last year they had 122 overall. This season so far 110, on pace for 154. That would be the most over the past decade, at 124 back in 2006. But can't steal first, need to get a guy on. Brandon Phillips will lead it off, and he has been mighty efficient when he has stolen this year.
Well, he sure has. Phillips 0 for 2 tonight. Let's see if he can get something going. Only a 1-0 ball game. Edinson Volquez has pitched beautifully as well. Iglesias has not given up a run. Each has allowed 3 hits. Just so happens one of the hits for the Reds, a long one by Suarez, all the way back. Second batter of the game. Brandon is tapped out in front of the plate. Was thrown out by Perez leading off the first inning, and he's flying to right. Through the hole, left field base hit. So now 17 out of 19 is Phillips on the year in those stolen base attempts. And for Brandon, that's now a 13-game home hitting streak. Talking about Phillips here at the home front. Jim Day told you that before this game ever started about his pal Brandon Phillips. Now I don't know if Edinson Volquez is just playing around, but the 2 or 3 times he has thrown over to first base tonight, he has lobbed the ball over there. Well, and it makes you wonder, Is there a chance he's got a case of the yips when you see that, or is he just sort of fooling around?
Well, I don't know about the case of the yips. I've never heard that about Volquez or seen it before, but I think the Reds have a reputation for those quick steals, like the Todd Frazier type. And what could be is that he knows that in that scouting meeting they said one of these Reds likes to just take off at any time, and he may not be able to remember which guy it was, so he's throwing over there like that for everybody.
Maybe that's what Hosmer just told Brandon. You play with Volquez, maybe.
He thinks it's you. It's really Frazier. He said, yeah, I look a lot like Frazier.
Yeah, they look a lot alike. Suarez missed a hanger thrown on that last 0-1 pitch. It became 0-2 on the foul ball. He'd like to have that one back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Suarez, the home run down the left field line, just fair in the opening inning, and then Volquez struck him out swinging in the third. And the left fielder not only playing Frazier near the line, but also Suarez near the line.
Now, the first team that I remember playing drastic defenses with the outfield were the Atlanta Braves. And Bobby Cox's Atlanta Braves would always play what would look like a very odd configuration, because we were just used to guys shading one way or another, and he'd always have that fielder way over on the line, the opposite fielder. Well, Ned Yost was a coach for Bobby Cox for many, many years, and I'm wondering if, you know, that combined with all the metrics, the defensive numbers that you get in charts, now computer generated, with his experience with Bobby Cox, makes him a bigger believer in defensive shifts than other managers.
First, they had pitchers that could throw it virtually anywhere you wanted to on those Atlanta Braves staffs.
A couple of them would say, well, what count do you want me to have him hit it over there?
Right. I'll throw it right there where you want it. That's when they had Maddox, Smoltz, Glavine, the front three, and a rotation a year after year would pitch Atlanta to a divisional championship. 2-2 now on Suarez. He's hanging around.
Well, hanging around the Reds have done, and they've kind of run that pitch count up for Volquez into red zone area. Not that he's ready to be taken out of the ball game, and not that you're ready to bring anybody from that Kansas City bullpen in sooner than you have to, but he threw 96 pitches his last time out in 7 innings. 101 pitches previous to that in 7 innings. 105 in 6 innings previous to that. So he's a guy that really can run that pitch count up, because what the Reds are doing tonight, other teams have done as well. Hang around a few extra pitches with each at bat.
Straight away center field. This will stay in the ballpark. Well, there's another one I think Suarez would like to have back. There were a couple of them during that at bat. One away in the inning. Well, tomorrow, another edition of Reds Weekly. John Lamb talks about his major league debut in his hometown. Find out how to play in fantasy football with the Reds, and get introduced to the campers who experienced Dream Week. Jeff Pecoro, Doug Flynn bring you Reds Weekly. It's a great show tomorrow at 6 right here on Fox Sports Ohio. And of course, Reds Live will follow that at 6:30, leading right up to our game coverage. Game 2 and the final game of this series starting at 7. All 1 to Joey Votto, who is Struck out and fly to right. Pitching matchup tomorrow. Another very impressive rookie for the Reds. Kivas Sampson against the veteran right-hander Jeremy Guthrie. Cueto coming into play tonight, a .310 batter, 21 home runs, 58 runs batted in since a break. Leads the major leagues in walks and on base percentage. Also leads the National League in batting average, .412. Has 11 doubles. Fastball on the outside corner. And Volquez ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. One on, one out, 1-0 Reds lead. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Two on Joey Votto. An excuse me swing and able to make contact. It remains at 2-2 to Votto. Once more the break-even pitch from Edinson Volquez. High and away. Showed you that shot a second ago of Votto. And in the background over by Jim Day is that little baby girl. Could there be a greater separation of attention to this at-bat and lack of attention to this at-bat than that shot they were in at the same time? Although she looks like she's starting to gear up for this at-bat now that it's 3-2. Phillips figures to start on this 3-2 pitch. He does. Ball 4 to Votto. Second walk tonight by Volquez, and here comes Frazier with 2 on and 1 out. Votto's whopping 34th walk since the All-Star break. Dave Island, former major league pitcher. Was he a teammate of yours at one time?
No, he was not a teammate of mine. He was with the Yankees, but he also went to the University of South Florida, where I went to school. We were separated by a few years. I'll let you guess who was older. You're right. Good man, Dave Island. There's a guy happy to have Johnny Cueto.
He makes pitching coaches look really good.
Just has to make sure he has a towel, a bottle of water, and a few extra baseballs out there. And when Johnny wants a new baseball, you give him a new baseball. Johnny's a pretty good pitching coach of his own.
All right, so now Frazier with Phillips at second, Votto at first. Frazier has popped to short left and struck out swinging. 29 home runs for Frazier. That is a fair ball, and tagged out is Frazier. That's a big out for Volquez. Would not be surprised if they go ahead and intentionally walk Bruce and take their chances with Bird, whom Volquez has struck out twice in the game. But we'll see.
Volquez did the smart thing, was get to it quickly while it was in fair territory. Frazier, as long as he was on the home plate side of that baseball, it was going to be an easy out.
Now there's an oddity. You saw Perez run out with a ball in his hand and a ball that was flipping up in the air. And Volquez had a ball in his hand. And they will intentionally walk Jay Bruce. Bruce is single. A strikeout, now a walk, which will load him up. Bird is struck out swinging in the second and again in the fifth. Big opportunity for Marlon Bird. That's Don Wakamatsu, the bench coach to Ned Yost. Ned with the legs crossed, just going to kick back and see what his man on the mound can do here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. 7 career grand slams for Marlon Bird. Reds lead 1-0. We're in the 6th, 2 out. Inning started with an infield hit by Brandon. 1 out later, a walk to Votto. And after a big out on Frazier, the intentional pass to Bruce. Broken bat, left side of the infield, inning over. Reds leave them loaded. We go to the 7th. Reds still in front of Volquez and the Royals. A 1-0 game.
Arrive early and witness the unveiling of the legendary first baseman's bronze statue and special on-field pregame ceremonies. Plus, the first 30,000 fans in attendance will receive a replica Tony Perez statue. It's presented by La Rosa's. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/tickets. And we can't wait for this weekend. We'll have some special programming. There'll be a Great 8 reunion. Other teammates of Tony Perez on the field after the game. You will see it all live on Reds Live postgame, and then a special 1-hour edition of Reds Live pregame on Saturday, where at 6:30 you will see all the on-field ceremonies live as well. We are looking forward to that, honoring the big dog, as the Reds lead 1-0 and Raisel Iglesias goes back to work.
Looking forward to that. That'll be very exciting. Yet another statue of one of the all-time great Reds players unveiled Saturday night. But again, you know, ceremonies for Tony after the game Friday night, then the big one before the game Saturday, and the big giveaway. Reds lead here 1-0. Raisel Iglesias about to throw just his 80th pitch of the game. As far as pitch efficiency is concerned, this has been among the very best in the short career of Iglesias. But not a way to get it started here. 3-0 to Hosmer, to be followed by Perez, who is the only Royal that has hit the ball very hard in the game tonight against Raisel. The last inning, Hosmer a run batted in 10 consecutive games, the longest such streak by any player in Major League Baseball this year. Fly ball center field, and Billy just in front of the wall to get it. That's a big out for Iglesias in a 1-0 game after falling behind 3-0 to begin the inning.
Especially when you have a guy with power to all fields on a warm night. We haven't really tested whether the ball is flying tonight, but in batting practice, I mean, it was really flying out of here. Both pitchers have been so good at keeping the ball down that we haven't seen how whatever atmospheric conditions there are that affect the baseball are in effect tonight.
As we mentioned, now here's a guy that has squared up Iglesias twice tonight.
And both of the times he squared him up have been pitches out over the plate. You know, the bigger the hitter, the more you want to get right in on him.
They're coming in there here. And that's a much better location and a much better result. 2 away in the inning. That was a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. It appeared to be, Chris, off the inside corner.
Well, it probably started as a strike and ended up a ball. It's the best kind.
We selected our Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Ohio Data Strong Fan. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Joe, thank you. Two down in the inning, and here's a left-handed batting Moustakas. Moustakas has 11 home runs on the year. The 0-1 pitch, and now it's 0-2. Well, during this recent run, we showed you the numbers a little while ago. 18 2/3 innings his last 3 starts, a very, very low ERA, and Iglesias now an out away from 7 shutout innings. Still nothing in 2.
Well, he really works well with Brian Pena, too, does he not? I mean, Pena on that particular pitch wanted it up, almost was standing straight up behind home plate to try to get Iglesias to make sure he didn't get the ball down. But Iglesias just seems like he's got that feel of pitching.
So that's where Pena wanted it, up in a strike zone, to try to get Moustakas to chase it, which he did not.
Now do you go to the opposite end of the strike zone, down and then with a little slider. See if Moustakas will swing over the top. No, they'll go outside again.
That's the one thing about this Red season, and we'll continue to talk about it. But, you know, despite the fact that they're not having the kind of year we all had hoped they would here over the last couple of months of the season, it is so intriguing to watch these young men get a chance on the mound. And how about Iglesias? 7 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball so far tonight.
Game tonight. A little trouble in the first inning, but it was only a threat and a whisper, and nothing came across. Defense behind him, double plays have helped him out of the inning, but all night long changing speeds, locations, and just staying on top of his game has Iglesias in command. 1-0 ball game. A 3-hitter so far. And that will make him our Kia in the driver's seat player of the game. 7 innings, 3 hits. A walk and 3 strikeouts for Raisel Iglesias.
It looks like Chris said the way Jeff Pico's talking to him, the way he came off the mound and talking with Brian Pena, that they're going to take him out of the game after 7 innings tonight.
Completely beyond his control. And a new pitcher for the Kansas City Royals, Ryan Madson. Former Red will come into the ball game.
And of course, he came to the Reds, and they had high hopes of him being the closer after Francisco Cordero was no longer here. And Madson, very first day in spring training, injured his elbow, requiring Tommy John surgery. Never threw a pitch in a game for the Reds, spring training or a regular season game, and that's when Aroldis Chapman had to become the full-time closer. And the rest, of course, is history.
And if you look at it like that, you realize that Ryan Madson had a major effect on the path of this baseball team. Signed a 1-year deal with the Reds, and by not being able to answer the bell as a closer, the Reds looked around and said, well, we're a contending team here. We have to have a closer. And the only guy that really could step in and do the job that Madson was supposed to do was Aroldis Chapman. So they delayed his development as a starter to put him in the bullpen. And the more he got into the bullpen, the better he looked, and the less likely it was going to become to be a starter. And that's where he remains.
So it is official. Iglesias' night is over. 7 innings of marvelous baseball tonight. 3 hits, no runs. The 3 strikeouts, a walk, a hit batsman. What a night for Raisel Iglesias. one fewer inning than his career high of 8. But in that game, he allowed 1 run. Tonight, 7 innings of shutout baseball. And undoubtedly, without even looking at that bullpen, J.J. Hoover would be up somewhere down there getting loose, with the idea of Hoover getting it to the closer, and it is Hoover indeed. He'll face the latter third of the Kansas City batting order. No, here's a young man getting an opportunity to play at the major league level by far more than at any other time in his very young career, and has done a nice solid job for the Reds this year, has Ivan De Jesus Jr. Had a great spring, did not make the club out of spring training. Went down and did what you have to do, just try to earn your way up here, and ever since arriving, he's not gone back. 3-2 on Ivan De Jesus Jr. Moustakas, 2 away. Not only 7 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball for Raisel Iglesias, but Chris, his first major league hit.
Well, interesting way too. The old Butcher Boy play. Brian Pena on first base. He was given the run side, so he was stealing second base or running on the play anyway. And a bunt slash hit. Butcher Boy hit and run, and that baseball will be held on to for Raisel Iglesias to celebrate his first big league hit.
What an outstanding performance tonight by Iglesias. That's now 4 in a row. Not pretty good. That's 4 in a row, real good. In fact, it's 5 starts overall where he's gone 6 or more. The one loss to the Cardinals is where he allowed 4 runs. That goes back 5 starts ago to the 27th of July. But here in the month of August, 6 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. Those all came in the first inning on a home run by Kemp. And now tonight, 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs. Hamilton strikes out on the high fastball from Madsen, who works a perfect inning. Hoover on in the 8th. Reds 6 outs away, but it's only a 1-0 lead. Cheer on the Reds. They take on the Diamondbacks Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thanks to Reach Savings Magazine, you can catch all the action and save big. We have that 4 for $48 ticket offer. $48, 4 view level tickets plus 4 Reds hats. Come on down to the ballpark this weekend. All right. 1-0 Reds. J.J. Hoover takes over for Raisel Iglesias. Just outstanding numbers for J.J. Hoover.
J.J. had a scoreless road trip. Pitched twice in Arizona, once in San Diego, and an inning on Sunday against the Dodgers.
You know, as great as he has been, and there's no denying that he is having just an outstanding year, but you know, he had that little stretch where he, you know, an 8th inning guy can get charged with a blown save, because technically they are the pitcher coming in to protect a lead late in a game, and he blew 3 of them in a span of 7 outings. Allowed game tying home runs to Kyle Schwarber of the Cubs, Carlos Gonzalez of Colorado. We remember Matt Carpenter more recently of the Cardinals when Hoover came into the 8th inning with a 1-run lead. A home run by Carpenter tied the game, a game the Cardinals would win in extra innings. So the home run ball has hurt Hoover of late, and it's a 1-0 game here in the 8th inning tonight. 3-2 pitch to Rios. Got him swinging.
We're back and throw the fastball right by him, does J.J. Hoover. Rio's second strikeout, and the first that Hoover is able to get out of the first batter he faces. That is our flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce 95. Hoover gets the bottom of the order, so if it goes according to Brian Price's plan, you'll see Chapman, who will get the top of the order. Oftentimes you see it opposite, where the 8th inning guy is facing the tougher part of the batting order than does the closer.
Well, he's going to face the most dangerous hitter in the lineup next. Really the most dangerous hitter on their team next. And he's going to do so with a man aboard as Dyson drops one into left field, and that is a fellow we talked about earlier, who leads his Kansas City team in runs batted in. He is their designated hitter. That'll be Kendrys Morales.
It's a nice bit of hitting right there. I mean, that is the slash approach that would do Billy Hamilton well.
.83 runs batted in for Morales. Second in the American League with 32 doubles, 4th most in the major leagues. Strike 1. Think about this, incredible with Morales. He has the 83 batted in. 42 of the 83 have come with 2 out in an inning. That is a staggering number. You know, to put it into context, we're only in the 3rd week of August. That's the 5th most 2-out RBIs by any Royal in any season in franchise history. And he'll get plenty more chances to do better than that. Only 1 out here. We're in the 8th.
Well, when you're in the American League, you're playing every day as a DH. When you're playing in the National League City, you don't. So this is only the 6th pinch hit appearance for Morales. He has 1 hit in the first 5. J.J. trying to throw a changeup right there.
One and one on Morales, and a breaking ball that stays up and away. 2 balls and a strike. That's Dyson, a tying run, a 1-out single over at first base. 2 and 1 on Morales. Strike 2.
Boy, on the corner. Good pitch right there. You may remember a few years ago it was Kendrys Morales who, during a celebration of a walk-off grand slam home run for the Angels, had a fracture of his ankle, which kept him out of baseball for 2 years.
Runner goes, throw to second. Safe as a call. So the tying run in scoring position. '23rd stolen base for Dyson.
Dyson's slow to get up. Let's see what happened.
Well, he's up and ready to go. Here comes a 3-2 pitch, biggest pitch of the night by a Reds pitcher. It's only the 3rd time this entire game, and the 1st time since the 4th inning. Well, the Royals have a runner as far as second base. They've not had a runner advance to 3rd. 3-2. We'll do it again. Three balls, 2 strikes, and Morales wants time. Hoover is really taking a lot of time between pitches now with a runner out at second base. Three balls, 2 strikes. We'll do it once more.
You know, one of the options, and there's no hard set rule as to when you use relievers. Brian Price did say at the very onset of the season in spring training that he would use Aroldis Chapman for more than 1 inning if he had to. But if this inning begins to go awry for Hoover, Chapman has not pitched in 6 days. But he is not up and throwing in the bullpen yet.
So here comes Escobar, who is flying to left, grounded to second, and single to right. 2 on, 1 out. Strike 1. The only run in this game came all the way back in the opening inning. The Eugenio Suarez clubbed a home run just fair down the left field line. Each team with 4 hits. The Iglesias 7 shutout innings. Hoover in a little trouble here in the 8th. Ground ball in the hole. Suarez gets one. They turn it over. Yes, sir.
Yost did to signal to the umpires, and they're not going to challenge.
The most expanded Reds highlights on the planet. You'll hear from the manager before anyone else and more. It's Reds Live Postgame. It's brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. And on that edition, in case you missed the pregame show, we will be bringing you Johnny Cueto's news conference that he held before the game. So if you want to hear Cueto talk again about being a Royal and returning to Cincinnati, we'll do that and more after the game.
Well, we will look forward to that. Edinson Volquez, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. Madsen a perfect 7th inning. And now a guy been around a long time. He was having a real nice year as a starter, but they knew his durability would not allow him, or lack thereof, to pitch an entire year out of the rotation. Went on the DL for a while, did Chris Young, and then made his first appearance since the end of July last Wednesday against Detroit, coming out of the bullpen. Allowed a run on a couple of hits. An interesting note on Chris Young, who's been around for a long time. He's thrown better than 1,000 innings in the major leagues, and you know, among all active pitchers, to reach that plateau, and that's a lot of innings now, over 1,000. The opponent's batting average in a career against Chris Young is .225. Only Clayton Kershaw has thrown 1,000 or more innings and allowed a lower batting average against than Young. Popped up to the right side, 1 away.
Defense the key on the night, you better believe it. Double plays the Reds have turned have been so important in a 1-0 ball game. Maybe none better than that one right there. Nice play by Suarez, Phillips, and then Joey Votto, and nice reaction there from the guy who stands to win will get a win if the Reds are able to hold off the Royals in a 1-0 ball game.
Backhanded behind the bag, long, strong throw. It's a good play by Moustakas. And you hear some of the Kansas City fans, every time Moustakas does anything, they chant Moose, his nickname. So 2 up, 2 down for Young here in the 8th. You're looking ahead to the Kansas City 9th. It'll be their very best coming up. Zobrist, Kane, Hosmer, 2, 3, 4 against Aroldis.
Reds have seen two of the tallest Royals relievers. Madsen 6'6", Chris Young 6'10".
Joey struck out, fly to right, drew a walk his last time up in the 6th inning. Reds a 1-0 lead. 2 outs, nobody on, last of the 8th. And Votto walks for the 2nd time tonight. That'll keep the inning alive for Frazier, 0 for 3. This is the first trip in for Kansas City this year, and their manager is already a perfect 1-0 in this ballpark. Ned Yost, manager of the victorious American League All-Star team. Nearly a month and a half ago. Boy, how time flies.
Yeah.
Well, not quite a month and a half, I guess. A month and a week.
But of course, the guy that won the game the previous night is at the at-bat right now.
That's exactly right. Oh, is that a fun night? One and two now to Todd Frazier. Very nice play there by Perez, preventing Votto from advancing. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Frazier. Chapman armed and ready for the top of the 9th. Well, he'd love to walk out there with a 3-0 lead rather than 1-0. It'll be 1-0. On Fox Sports Ohio. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. 6:30 mañana. The second and final game of this series between the Reds and the Royals. We told you the veteran Guthrie against a rookie who's been really sharp so far for the Reds, Kivas Sampson. And we invite you to join us. Reds Live 6:30. Our game coverage at 7. But first things first. 1-0. The Reds lead, top of the 9th inning. And here comes their main man, Aroldis Chapman, to try and nail it down. 24 of 25 and save opportunities so far this year.
Well, Aroldis really not used to having this much rest between times he has been out on the mound. He's only done that about 4 or 5 times this year, where he's had this many games between one outing and another. But in a 1-0 ball game, hopefully he'll be able to reach back, find a little adrenaline, and he's going to need it. He's got the middle of this Royals lineup to take care of.
Zobrist is a switch hitter. Then you have the left-handed batting, or the right-handed batting Kane, the left-handed batting Hosmer. Zobrist in the game 0 for 3. He struck out swinging, bounced to second, then bounced into a fielder's choice of the second baseman Phillips. That is indeed a long time for Chapman not to get the baseball. And you know, Chris, you mentioned it a million times. The thing you always worry about, Jeff Brantley talks about this frequently as a closer, is your command.
Yeah. I mean, it'll rust off before it wears off, and that is hopefully that he's able to get enough throwing down the bullpen to kind of get a little bit of a groove back. Not that, I mean, he plays catch every day, and it's not like he hasn't picked the baseball up in 6 days.
First 3 pitches in the inning have gone 97, 97, 96. So he's yet to really turn it loose so far. You see Zobrist. Very good numbers from the right side, and this one in the air and deep, and it's a tie game. Boy, and look at that Royals bench. That's what this team has been doing, wow, all year long.
Looked like a slider, an off-speed pitch, and he provided the elevation, and Zobrist provided the thump.
And a base hit into center field by Lorenzo Cain. And now you can rest assured that Chapman will have to pay a lot of attention to Cain, because Chapman historically has not been a guy that has done a very good job closing down the run game, and that's very much a part of Cain's game.
He did actually a better job early in his career with the Reds, Chapman did, than he has recently. A few years ago he picked off 4 runners at first base. This year he has not picked off a runner, and they have not thrown one out with 6 successful steals. You steal off Chapman, you really just go off his first move and hope that that is not one of the times he comes to first base.
Ball and 1 strike on Hosmer. Slider there for a strike to get ahead 1-2, and no hint of Cain running. I'm stunned.
I am too.
Hits are so few and far between, and now granted they have a home run and a single to start this inning, but 3 or 4 hits in an inning off Chapman are rare. Runner goes this time, and it's fouled out of play, a broken bat.
Well, I guess what you're looking for as a manager or a bench coach that controls the running game is the count that works for you. And that would be a count that would require, you think, the best percentage of a chance for a breaking pitch. So Chapman threw the breaking ball to get ahead of Hosmer, and then with the 2 strikes on him, threw a fastball. Of course, with Chapman, you're always risking a strike him out, throw him out, because he strikes out a bundle.
Hosmer out on strikes, first out of the inning. And now comes that matchup that occurred in spring training, as you get a look at his slider to put away Hosmer, of Chapman against Perez. And that was a matchup in spring training, of course, when Perez hit the line drive that hit Aroldis Chapman right in the face, requiring surgery to fix multiple fractures in his face. We brought up earlier that Perez came to the hospital that very night to check in on Chapman. We've had a handful of those, whether it be regular season or spring training games, the last couple of years, and each one is terrifying. 0-1, runner goes, and no chance to throw him out. In fact, not even a throw. I would not be surprised to see Kane give third a shot very early in this at bat. .23 of 27 is Kane, and there he goes. And again, not even a throw. I mean, not even a look back, no nothing.
Well, Brandon Phillips looking into the dugout saying, hey, what can I do about it? He's pretty close to second base, and Chapman not paying any attention at all. He takes one look, turns his head, and that's when Kane goes.
This was Kane after the steal of second, kind of making everybody believe he wasn't going anywhere. Took a look at Phillips and then gone. 2-2 on Perez. Infield in. Perez a line out, a double, and a ground out to short. Phillips has a runner and a rundown. Frazier to Pena. To Suarez. And safe as a call. There was no umpire signal, and you knew as soon as the umpire did not make a call that he thought the tag was never made. As soon as the umpire did not react, safe or out on the swipe by Frazier, you knew, everybody in the ballpark knew, it was a live play.
Well, you also know the Reds will ask for a review of this. There is no question about it. The word came quick from the Reds video room, and they're going to take a look and ask New York to take a second look. Let's see what we can see. Well, from the angle of the home plate umpire, Mark Carlson, he may not have seen that glove just slip right on the back of Lorenzo Cain. You know what they're going to be looking at in New York is whether the shirt moves And does it move because of the air generated by the tag, or does he actually tag him? I think he tagged him. I think I saw the shirt move.
All right, so we're going to talk about it.
Wow.
Reds challenging this call. Of course, the question you always have to ask yourself in any of these situations, is there enough video evidence to overturn the call?
Well, does the glove bend even in the slightest, as it looks like he touches the back of the runner?
So the very outcome of this game could well hinge in the balance of this call and this challenge by the Reds. If the call stands or is confirmed, it's a 2-1 Kansas City lead. If it's overturned, it remains tied at 1. The umpiring crew assigned to studios back in New York are the ones looking at this from every conceivable and possible angle. Saw Frazier kept looking at the umpire, waiting for that call. A call that never came until Kane put his hand on the plate. So they are really taking a long look at this one. Here we go, verdict time. Runners out. So the call is overturned on the Reds challenge. And we remain tied at 1. And now Chapman's going to be granted couple of pitches to the plate. Ball is out. Took him nearly 3.5 minutes to come to that conclusion. Reds are certainly thrilled with that. So now the go-ahead run is at second base, 2 outs in the inning, and here's Moustakas. Chapman only his second blown save all year long on a leadoff home run by Ben Zobrist here in the 9th inning. And for Chapman, that is only the second home run he has allowed all year long. And of course, you've got to go back forever and a day. The last time Chapman failed to convert a save here at home. Tonight is his first blown save at Great American Ballpark since September the 7th of 2012. He had converted 56 consecutive saves at this ballpark until tonight. So that's a dangerous pitch right there. That was a changeup, wasn't it?
It looked like it. Well, we know it was an off-speed pitch of some kind. I don't think
slider.
I don't think he'd be throwing a changeup to a left-handed hitter, but
Tapper over the mound. Suarez goes after Leonard. The Reds will bat after all. First time in 3 years, Chapman has blown a save at home. Sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds and by Duke Energy, delivering more than just electricity, it's power for your life. Well, the Kansas City bullpen is to 2 hitless, scoreless innings, and now their third reliever will come on, Wade Davis, dominant right-hander. Marcell Iglesias will not get the win after all, as Chapman, for the first time since September of 2012, blows a save in his home ballpark. Jay Bruce, a batter. 1 run, 6 hits for Kansas City. 1 run, 4 hits for the Reds. Little bloop pop up, foul ground, out of play. Good effort down there by Moustakas, but they ain't able to get to it.
when you say Davis has been dominant, that might even be an understatement. Last year, 72 innings in 71 games, his earned run average at even 1.00. Not quite strikeout numbers like Chapman, but awfully impressive when he strikes out more than per inning pitched. 109 last year in 72 innings. This year, more than innings pitched again. Earned run average hovering around 1.1.
Line drive caught, not quite the dramatic shift with a guy like Davis on the mound. They had a rare stretch where the dynamic duo in their bullpen of Davis and Holland, and both have worked as closers at points in time this year. Early this year when Holland was hurt, Davis was a closer. But outside of that, you know, total of 9 innings by the two. But I'm sure there are some in the American League that are hoping, Chris, that you know, maybe all the work they've had the last couple of years is starting to catch up a little bit.
Well, it could be that, Tom. I mean, 3 of the last 4 games Davis has pitched in, he's given up runs. He's given up home runs in 2 of those last 4 games, but that's spanning the entire month of August. So Ned Yost is trying to pare down their workload a little bit in anticipation of the postseason, because you certainly want this guy healthy and strong, going right down, not necessarily down the pennant stretch, because there's no pennant race in their division. But for the postseason, you want to lean on this guy the entire month of August and September, and then asking for even more when postseason rolls around.
That's the luxury of having such a commanding lead in your division. By far, as we brought up earlier, the biggest lead among all division leaders in baseball by double. Cardinals lead is 6 over the Pirates, and the Royals lead is 12.5 over second place Minnesota. And a rough night for Marlon Byrd. 0 for 4, 3 punch outs, 2 away in the inning. Number 1, the earned run average for Davis among all American League relievers. Strike 1 to Pena. Well, you just can't emphasize enough how fortunate the Royals are, and they've earned it. I mean, it's not like somebody's just giving it to them. They've earned this lead that they have. But when you consider that your setup man and your closer, one guy's pitched 4 innings, the other guy's pitched 5 innings all month. Pretty sweet spot to be in.
Yeah, you have some capable other pitchers in that bullpen. And we showed you at the onset of this ballgame how good that bullpen has been this year.
For extra innings. Royals are 7-2 in extra innings. The Reds are 4-10. 1-1 end of 9. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Okay, the home run ball, as good as Hoover and Chapman have been this year, that is the 4th time in the last 3 weeks where the Reds have had a 1-run lead in the 8th or 9th inning, and a home run has either tied the game or given the opposition the lead. So now Berg Badenoch comes on. Of course, Chapman has been nearly perfect. I mean, you know, for him, you haven't seen that in almost 3 full years here at Great American Ballpark. And it's only the 2nd blown save he's had all year long. And that's going to happen to the very best, and he is the very best.
Well, because you haven't seen it in almost 3 years, you're even more stunned when it happens.
Sure. Talked about the extra inning records. They've been kind to the Royals, not so kind to the Reds. Their 15th extra inning game this year. Sharp one hopper by Rios, right at Suarez, one out. The Reds' bats have gone stone cold in this one. They only have a total of 4 hits in the game. 2 of those came in the first 2 innings. Since then, an infield hit, the first career hit by the pitcher Iglesias. And then a single by Brandon Phillips through the hole in the 6th inning, their last hit tonight. Dyson had a single, stole a base, was stranded at second when Hoover got the double play to end the 8th inning off the bat of Escobar. 3-0. On the left field. Bird will back up to the track, 2 away, and Orlando will bat with 2 down and nobody on. Orlando started each of the 2 games when the Reds were in Kansas City earlier this season. Royals had a number of players nicked up at that point in time.
Orlando's kind of an unusual story. He's a Brazilian baseball player that actually played for Barry Larkin in the World Baseball Classic when Larkin was the manager of the Brazilian team.
Orlando had 2 hits in one of those games. Very fast, as I recall.
Very fast, very athletic, also a track star, a young man that, you know, in Brazil, if you're an athlete, you play soccer. But his mother was a nurse. And a Japanese Brazilian physician who worked with his mother suggested that he play baseball. The only place you find baseball in Brazil is in the Japanese community there. Very few fields. Relied a lot on his speed.
And it was not an easy road to get here.
Well, he was signed by a Cuban scout who was with the Chicago White Sox. And he gets a base hit to right field. And as soon as he signed with the White Sox, he became the fastest runner in the White Sox organization. So we'll see if Ned Yost will put his speed to the test here.
One game. We are in the top of the 10th inning. A 2-out single by Orlando. And that brings us to Alcides Escobar. Escobar. And no sign of running so far for Orlando. 1 ball and 1 strike. Orlando has only attempted the 4 steals, 3 successfully, so it's not like he's playing every day. Running a lot, breaking ball away. But when you have the top of the order up to the plate and 2 outs in extra innings, if there's a count managers like to run on, this would be it. 2 balls and a strike. Peyton Hopp thinking along those same lines. Runner not going. And then a delayed steal. Boy, go figure that one. Maybe somebody missed a sign. But the Reds will take it. All right, here we go. Bottom of the 10th inning. Reds will have a pinch hitter, Billy Hamilton, and then Brandon Phillips in a 1-1 game. On 4 hits, 6 left for the Reds. It was a 1-0 ball game if you're just tuning in until the Kansas City 9th, and that's been about as sure as the sun rising in the east when Aroldis Chapman comes on to try and pick up a save, especially here at home. Kelvin Herrera takes over on the mound. Again, you look at another member of the Royals bullpen and look at the ERA. Look at the opponent's batting average. Almost a strikeout per inning for Herrera. So yet another Kansas City reliever. And if you weren't with us earlier, we showed some of the numbers. This bullpen is not just all about Davis and Holland. It's everybody. And those are the numbers we're talking about.
Well, I like the low number right here. I mean, this bottom one anyway, that the fewest home runs allowed in the American League out of that bullpen.
All right, Jason Bourgeois. Pitch hit, little bleeder. Caught. One pitch, 1 out. You know, not only all those other numbers. It is quite a race for which team is a better pitching team, top to bottom, this year in the American League than the Royals or the Houston Astros. I mean, the Astros numbers are just unbelievable. And I would challenge even the most better than average baseball fan to give you two names in the Astros starting rotation. Their starters ERA for the year is 3.8, behind only Oakland, Tampa Bay, and the Angels. Their bullpen, and again, name me two of those guys in their bullpen. And I'm not talking about fans now that follow the American League regularly or happen to be Astros fans. I'm talking about the fan that we normally see here in Reds country, watches a lot more National League baseball, watches a lot of Reds baseball. Look at the ERA for Houston. Their bullpen 2.7. 2-0 to Billy Hamilton. 3-0. So the Reds tell Hamilton, not only are you taking 3-0, you are taking 3-1. We need you on base.
I'm only laughing because it's true.
Well, we're laughing because it's true, but it's never done anymore. There was a time in baseball where it was done regularly. Ball four, you don't have to worry about it. So here we go. Island, the pitching coach, out for a quick word with Herrera. Billy Hamilton, the major league leader, 53 stolen bases, has only been thrown out 7 times.
And off Herrera, they have thrown out 2 of the 6 that have tried. Herrera is one of the hardest throwers. I mean, if you take Chapman out of the equation, his average fastball this year is 99 miles an hour, which means he's gone into 100 several times. But oddly enough, he averages this year and last year fewer than 1 strikeout per inning. But you think for a guy that throws nearly 100 miles an hour, it's given you're at least going to get 1 strikeout. So evidently he throws about as hard as he appears to throw, meaning the hitter can get on it a little bit. Although not much, with an earned run average down around 2. He has given up 3 home runs.
Hamilton drifting a little further here. 0-1 on Phillips. Not going. Almost quick pitched him that time. And now all of a sudden 2 strikes go by in this at bat, and Hamilton still standing at first base. Still 0-2 on Phillips. Out of the way, boy, some giddy up on it, and still no break for second base. And again, you know, Chris brought up earlier about the count. I mean, 0-2, you'll see teams pitch out regularly 0-2, even 1-2. Hamilton having an ongoing conversation down there with Hosmer. keeps fouling pitches away. You know, you can't expect the guy to do it every time, but let's face it. I mean, by far and away, the strongest part of Billy Hamilton's game is stealing bases. And, I mean, he has not even shown you any sign that he was running. Look out here. Oh, boy. Foul ball, not by much. Hamilton would have scored on that ball. Just foul.
I'm not sure you could get a better look of it anywhere than the first base umpire Chris Conroy had on that ball.
Still 0-2 on Brandon Phillips. Hamilton carries a winning run at first base. Herrera's done a nice job throwing over, quick pitching Hamilton, or Phillips rather, the second pitcher to get back.
One thing, though, you look at in depth, and we don't look at it enough as broadcasters, Tom, but teams do. I mean, is he a guy that throws over more than once? Has he ever thrown over 3 times in a row?
Short right, 2 out. A 7-pitch at bat for Brandon Phillips.
Hanging in there pretty good.
No break for second base. A lone Reds run came off the bat of Eugenio Suarez all the way back in the first inning. Just down the left field line. Reds got a leadoff single by Bruce in the second. Iglesias got his first major league hit in the 5th. Phillips a single to lead off the 6th. And the Reds have not had a hit since that Phillips single. And here we are, 2 outs into the 10th inning of a 1-1 game. Billy running. Easily steals second base. Number 54 for Billy Hamilton.
Well, that time Herrera never really stopped Hamilton. Billy was kind of on the move, getting his momentum towards second base as Herrera delivers to the plate. Rule number 1 for a pitcher: stop the runner.
High and tight. Now we know Hamilton with 2 outs in the inning. You can say, well, why even risk it? Carrying the winning run and a good hitter at the plate.
I don't think they would throw.
He's not been thrown out all year long.
Why would you risk it as a Royals defender and leave your post at third base? Ouch. Leave your post at third base to catch a runner. Maybe you get him, maybe not, and a ball goes right where you just left. All it does is give you a chance, though, to score on a number of different ways. Most common, of course, wild pitch. That's too bad. That may have been his favorite bat.
Well, the winning run for the Reds at second, 2 away here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And it's now 3 balls and a strike. Big pitch coming up here. Knowing who's on deck, you got to believe Suarez is going to get the heat and he's going to get a strike. Is he ready to hit it if it's there? He got the gas. 97 and fouls it off. Hamilton a 1-out walk. Steals second with 2 away. And now the umpire doing for Perez what Perez did for him earlier, giving him an extra minute or so to gather himself after taking that foul ball. Granted off to shin guard, but it still hurts. They saw 3-1 heat. You figure to see 3-2 heat. Winning run at second base. Suarez waits. Strike 3 called. A fastball at 98. Don't know what else you possibly could be looking for there than a fastball. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. It is a 1-1 game. It was 1-0. Going all the way back to the bottom of the first inning when Eugenio Suarez clubbed a home run to left field. Raisel Iglesias gave the Reds 7 spectacular innings, 3 hit shutout baseball. Hoover a bumpy but a scoreless 8th. And then for the first time in almost 3 years, Aroldis Chapman blew a save at home, ending a streak of 56 in a row converted here at Great American Ballpark when Ben Zobrist hit a hanging breaking ball to the seats and left, leading off the ninth. Well, this young man's on a good roll, Chris.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, he's fun to watch because he has just a good knack for pitching. Moves the ball around. He and Brian Pena working so well together, and his confidence is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know what the innings situation is with Raisel Iglesias, where they're going to have to shut him down or what's going on, but his last 4 games, he has been like a veteran pitcher out there. A really good veteran pitcher. 13 hits in 25 innings. That's rolling.
And all the strikeouts and infrequently walking anybody, as Jumbo Diaz faces the top of the order. Escobar, Zobrist, and Kane. Baden Hobb works a scoreless inning, allows a hit, no runs. And now Jumbo. Now, we told you Chapman only pitched in 2 games on the road trip. Diaz pitched in 5 games on the trip. And boy, did he throw the ball well. 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs. Two balls and a strike on Escobar. Two and two. Zobrist, a man who tied this game with that home run off Chapman, leading off the bottom of the 9th inning. These two up next. 3-2. I tell you what, that Escobar, he is up there wailing, isn't he?
He is.
Every swing.
Well, he's hitting like he's got 40 home runs instead of 2 home runs.
I mean, this is every swing. Let her rip, big fella.
It's your leadoff hitter.
Two once more on Escobar. And it's shot into right center field, and it will fall. And what a play by Hamilton just to get a glove on it. Runner coming to second, and he is out. What a play by Billy Hamilton. First on the clean pick dive, and then to get up and throw a strike. How about that play by Billy Hamilton? That is unbelievable.
We'll see the whole play all over again, as Ned Yost is going to signal to the umpires he wants a replay of that. Hamilton finished sliding, and then he comes up with it on the money to Brandon Phillips. Question is, did Phillips get the tag down, or Suarez? Did Suarez get the tag down in time? Escobar popped up out of this slide, and he looked into that Royals dugout and said, hey, take another look. I think I got in there. That is actually Eric Hosmer, the third base umpire, coming over to make that call, covering for the second base umpire who went out to look at the fielding play.
Tough to tell from that angle right there. The other angles we've shown you are a little bit better than that one. Royals might get this one back. The Royals challenging this call. Took 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get that Reds challenge on the call that was overturned on the play on Lorenzo Cain at home plate. If the first swipe to the left leg missed, then he's safe. If right here contact is made somewhere in there, and from that angle impossible to tell, then he's out.
The advantage the Reds have in this is that the original call was out. And here we go.
Out at second base. And Ned Yost has been thrown out of the game. Of course, after a verdict is rendered, the manager cannot come out and discuss any of it with the umpire. Now, we've seen umpires give managers some leeway. Ryan Price has been thrown out in similar fashion this year, although Ned is far more animated about this.
I'm not sure what he's arguing about.
Well, you could do his lips. A couple of words there is talking about your positioning. I don't know how you can get much better positioning than that right there. I mean, he is right on it.
Yeah.
Zobrist on the very next pitch, a bouncing ball out. 2 gone here in the Kansas City 11th inning. What a huge call that is. So Ned Yost, the Kansas City skipper, heads back to the clubhouse. 2 down, and here's Kane, who singled after the Zobrist home run, stole second, stole third, and on a bouncing ball back up through the middle was caught in a rundown and tried to dive out of the way of the tag made by Frazier around the home plate area. The umpire made no call after Frazier thought he had tagged him out, and then Kane found the plate with his hand. He was ruled safe. The Reds challenged the call, and it was overturned. He was called out. So that's 2 of them that have not gone the Royals' way. One and one on Lorenzo Kane. And now Jumbo in front of 1-2. This is real speed now. Hamilton. This is picked cleanly right there. And then to get up, fire, out.
Athleticism. Well, Ricky Stone will be working on the front of Billy's uniform to the wee hours of the morning.
No, that's called delegate. Two delivery on Kane. Struck him out on a high fastball, and we're off to the bottom of the 11th. Votto, Frazier, Bruce coming up. Big play by Hamilton to keep 9-1. Well, rather, in the first inning, Kansas City had runners 2 aboard. A line out by Perez on a nice play by Bird. Made it a scoreless first. Reds scored their only run in the first on a home run by Suarez. Stayed 1-0 until Chapman against Zobrist to breaking ball. And Zobrist deposits it to the left field seats. We've had controversy later in that same inning. The play that was initially called safe at the plate after this rundown. And then it was overturned on a Reds challenge. And then the Reds got another call in their favor on the play a moment ago in the top of this 11th inning. You know, you go back to that rundown play by Frazier. And you look at what he did during that rundown play. He made sure the pitcher Chapman was never involved in a play. He threw the ball towards the plate, waved off Chapman, and turned around and caught the very next throw. Fly ball to left, 1 out in the inning. I mean, you don't want your pitcher involved in that play if you can avoid it. More times than not. That was a very alert play. Look at Frazier. He throws it. Now he's going to get the return throw here.
Well,
he waves off Chapman, says, get out of the way. Well, I got it.
Well, that's the way the play is designed. But what he didn't really do, and the Reds didn't do, is close the gap. I mean, that play, that tag was very close to home plate. Ideally, you're running the other direction so that if he happens to be safe, he's safe sliding into third base and not into home. But you're right. I mean, pitchers are there for backup.
Yeah, I wish I had a $10 bill for every time I've seen a pitcher in a rundown play and all of a sudden contact is made and they have the ball come flying out of their glove and the runner's safe. You don't see it often. 0-2 on Frazier.
And of course, the longer a rundown play occurs, the more chance for the runner to find a fielder that does not have the baseball, kind of seek him out, run into him, and thereby get an obstruction call. And he will be given a next base. If he can fool the umpire into thinking that he wasn't actually out hunting him.
0-2 to Frazier. And a breaking ball from the left-hander Franklin Morales. He takes over on the mound for Kansas City following Herrera. So we've seen Madsen, Young, Davis, Herrera, and now Morales. Hoshaber, Medlin, Holland all left. One last to the 11th. 2-2 to Frazier with Jay Bruce next. Herrera an inning, a walk and a strikeout, no hits. Reds without a hit since Brandon Phillips single to left field. Started the bottom of the 6th inning. Broken bat roller to second, 2 outs in the inning. Shot foul. And 1 to Jay Bruce. 1-1 game. And it's just a little bit low.
Morales was another one of these signings for the Kansas City Royals that it worked out very well. It worked out well for Ryan Madson, who came into camp as a non-roster player. He's appeared in 50 games. Morales was signed as a non-roster player back in February, and he made the team out of spring training.
Three and 1 to Jay Bruce. And a liner. Short hop pickup by Hosmer. The Reds' heart of the order is gone in order. We're off to the 12th of a 1-1 game. One run, 4 hits, 7 left on base for the Reds, who have not had a hit since the 6th inning. Iglesias, 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs. Huber, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 walk, no runs. Chapman allowed the home run to Zobrist, which tied it leading off the 9th. Badenhop, a scoreless inning. Diaz, a scoreless inning. And now we get a look at left-hander Manny Parra. Parra pitched in 5 games on the road trip, worked 4 2/3 innings, allowed 4 hits and a run. He's made 6 appearances since his reinstatement from the DL. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, has not walked a batter. Hosmer, a left-handed batter, to lead it off. You have lefty, righty, lefty. Schumacher takes over for Bird in left. Part of a double switch. Means Schumacher's now batting in the A spot. And vacated, or I beg your pardon, Schumacher is batting in Bird's spot.
Well, you double switch when you think you may use the pitcher for more than 1 inning.
But the problem is, from what I can gather, by making the double switch here, unless I missed something, the pitcher's due up 3rd in the next inning. Oh, I did not know that Bird had moved, so I beg your pardon. So it means the pitcher would be due up 4th.
Right.
With Bird taking over for Hamilton. Pitcher is batting in Hamilton's spot. Good pitch right there by Manny Parra to strike out Hosmer. 1 away.
We're all set up by that first really good breaking ball that Manny Parra threw. Slider going down and away, and ever since that, I think that Hosmer was looking out over the plate. That ball had a lot of down and in bite.
There's a wild one going on tonight in Pittsburgh. The Pirates had opened an 8-3 lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. That one is hit into left field, a sinking liner. Hit off the end of the bat a little bit. That wasn't squared up. And it's a one-out single by Perez. The Pirates had an 8-3 lead over Arizona tonight. And the Diamondbacks have rallied to tie it. They're now 8-8 in the 10th inning. Giants in the 7th inning after a rain delay in front of the Cardinals 1-0. Colorado kind of night in Denver. Mile high altitude. They're in the 6th inning and the two teams are tied at 6. Nationals and the Rockies. Mets have already won their game tonight. The Nationals lose that game, that would be 7 in a row. They'd be 5.5 out of first. Oh, and 2 on Moustakas. Jeff Piccolo down there now in the dugout. He's been there for quite some time, going back to the 9th inning, anticipating a Reds win. So that means that Jim Day has pulled out the Murphy bet in the Fox Sports Ohio condominium tonight again. One-two pitch. Nope. Throw to first. Phillips, a diving play to his left, takes away a hit. Boy, it's a big play by Brandon, 2 down in the inning.
Moustakas is a big guy, doesn't run all that well, but you still got to get over there and make the play. And from his knees, I mean, we've gotten to the point really watching Brandon Phillips that anything on the ground to the right side, you're assuming that it's an out. We're just so used to Phillips being there. Royals have been really good in extra inning games. 7-2 overall. Really good in one-run games. 19-11. And good in interleague play. 11 wins against only 6 losses. Alex Rios, this is his first year with the Kansas City Royals. He was in Texas the last couple of years and spent a lot of years in Toronto and then Chicago.
Two-0 pitch. Check swing and a miss by Rios. breaking ball low is 3-1. Dyson waits in the on-deck circle. He is a left-handed batter. They've already used Morales. They've used Orlando. Butera, the backup catcher, and Infante was scratched before the game. Fly ball, short left. Schumacher coming in hard. And Manny Parra works a scoreless 12th. Schumacher will lead off the bottom of the inning. We're tied at 1.
The starters in this ball game, yep, they were awfully good in the very beginning. We built it as a 32-year-old Edinson Volquez against a 25-year-old Raisel Iglesias. Very much like the way Volquez was when the Reds got him back in 2008. But they both were very good, except for a first-inning home run by Eugenio Suarez. Volquez would have matched Raisel Iglesias inning for inning and 0 for 0. Iglesias left looking like he was going to be able to nail down a win at home against the Royals, but not so. Royals tied it up, and we go to the bottom of the 12th inning.
You know, as much as people can talk about blowing the save and not being able to nail it down, and you expect Chapman to do it, he's the very best at it. I don't think there's a whole lot of debate about that. Maybe those that watch Craig Kimbrell frequently could pose the argument. They'd have a solid one. Nonetheless, you can't win if you don't hit. And the Reds have not had a hit since the 6th inning. Chris Medlin, one-time outstanding starter for the Atlanta Braves, has had to deal with so many injuries throughout his career in recent years, will come on from the Kansas City bullpen. Strike one to Marlon Byrd. So Byrd, Pena, Schumacher, and then the pitcher spot.
Medlin, as you right, well, those injuries that you referred to, Tom, include not one but 2 different Tommy John surgeries. He started this year on the disabled list, 60-day disabled list, while he was recovering from his second Tommy John. Returned around the All-Star break. Main pitch, a changeup. There it is. That's a fastball.
We had a good crowd here tonight. 28,719. Naturally, with most schools, if they haven't started, they're starting tomorrow or maybe the following day. Bring it 2 on Byrd. Pena next. And then we mentioned Schumacher. Curtis struck out for the 4th time in the game, and I believe all but one have been on fastballs up around his chin. 1 away in the inning.
Now, he chased the slider from Edinson Volquez in his first at bat in the 2nd inning. I think you're right, Tom. The 3 strikeouts ever since, high hard ones.
Here's Pena. Breaking ball to Goodman. Strike 1. 13 strikeouts by Kansas City pitching now in the game tonight. Lined into center field, and Pena, the first Red to get a hit since Brandon in the 6th inning. So here comes Schumacher. Sinking liner, caught by Rios out in right field. Nice play made by the Kansas City right fielder Rios. Tucker Barnhart now to bat for Parra.
Rios got a good jump on this ball and takes what looks like a hit away from Schumacher. Rios always was a very good outfielder. Played a lot of center field.
So Barnhart down, strike 1. That cut Tucker trying to hit one into the river. Three long ones on the year for Tucker Barnhart, a .260 batter. Volquez, Madsen, Yard, Davis, Herrera, Morales, Medlin. They're left down there with Hoshaver and their closer Holland. Reds still have Villarreal, Matthews, and Axelrod. They're sitting through a long rain delay in Chicago. Tigers in front of the Cubs 5-2. Giants now a 2-0 lead, last to the 7th in St. Louis. And they're in the bottom of the 11th inning now in Pittsburgh. Diamondbacks and the Pirates tied at 8. Still a ball and 2 strikes on Tucker Barnhart.
Those Detroit Tigers will head to town for a 1-game makeup on Thursday, right?
Monday,
excuse me.
Here we have a rare homestand where you see 4 teams during the homestand, and in essence you're seeing 3 quote-unquote series, normal series, but 4 teams playing here, meaning Kansas City is here for 2. Those are rare to see. Detroit's here for 1 next Monday. And sprinkled in among the middle and then the backside of that is a 4-gamer against Arizona, followed by a 3-game series, the first and only trip here all year long, by the Los Angeles Dodgers. 2-2. We're off to the 13th inning. Tied at 1. Reds have stranded 8. Royals have left 6. How rare is this to put up a panel of great work done by Reds relievers, yet the only one on it to have allowed a run is the best of them all. And we'll get a look at another Reds reliever as Ryan Matthews will take over here in the top of the 13th inning. Jarrett Dyson to lead things off. And he's quickly behind strike 1.
They think that Dyson might bunt. They've got third baseman Frazier in. Votto a couple of steps in front of the bag at first.
One ball and 2 strikes. We know Dyson can run, so a good guy to keep off the base pass for sure. He has a stolen base already in the game tonight. Medlin, the pitcher, is standing in the on-deck circle. Foul ball. And one can only imagine when you have your backup catcher left on the bench and a player who was in the original starting lineup but then scratched from the game in Omar Infante. Perhaps Medlin's down there should Dyson reach to try and bunt the runner over. Check swing, no. 2-2. Now all of a sudden 1-2 has become 3-2. Base hit right field. Dyson is going to slam on the brakes. Made a quick turn and Bruce getting to the ball quickly. Kansas City with the go-ahead run aboard to start the inning, and Medlin will indeed bat and no doubt will be asked to bunt.
Really better than a walk to lead the inning off. It's the same thing at this point, but you do have a speedy Royal on the base paths. Something about a leadoff walk that sets the energy of the inning in a real ugly manner. They throw over to first base hoping to find out whether Medlin is up there to bunt or not, but I think everybody in the ballpark who's left knows of what his job is.
We have the pitcher now, then back to the top of the order, and Escobar next. When Matthews has had his struggles from time to time, it has come primarily, like a lot of pitchers, when he has a hard time throwing strikes and falls behind in the count.
And what you love about him is his arm. I mean, he dials it up 95, 96, got nice crisp breaking stuff. Medlin has 7 sacrifices in his career, and you make that 8 right now.
And it's thrown down the line. Dyson coming to the plate. Here comes the throw, and the Royals have taken a 2-1 lead
on a bunt.
The runner scores from first on a bunt. Matthews seemingly took an extraordinary amount of time just getting to this ball. So that'll be a sacrifice here on the pitcher. No RBI. Runner scores on a throwing error. I think Brian Price is asking about Medlin and where he was in relation to the base path.
And that's a good question to ask, because that would be the only thing that would save the Reds on this play, is if the throw was altered because the runner was running not in the runner's lane.
Well, it is amazing on how 4 pitches, and of course you can get down to a single pitch to make this argument, but how 4 pitches can change an entire inning and perhaps an entire game. It was 4 pitches ago when Ryan Matthews was ahead. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Dyson leading off the inning. And normally in that count, a pitcher's got a guy around the neck. Went to ball 2, went to ball 3. Bang, base hit. Very next pitch, bunt. 2-1 Kansas City. So still some work to do as Holland cranks it up yet again down in their bullpen. He is their closer. Wild pitch will advance Medlin on to second base. 2-1 on Escobar. Will they ask him to bunt now? More than likely with the pitcher running. Probably not. Well, he squares. Stabbed at it. Didn't look very interested in doing it. And it's 2-2. Base hit right field. They'll hold the pitcher Medlin at third base. Runner takes off for second, and they'll let him go. Still nobody out in the inning. A run home, runners at second and third. Stolen base for Escobar is 12th. And Zobrist, who tied this game with a home run off of Aroldis Chapman, leading off the top of the ninth inning. As a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And time is called and granted. That home run by Zobrist, his only hit tonight in 5 at-bats.
Or he could do real damage with his second head.
Fastball up and in. Bouncing ball. Phillips able to get to it. And Matthews is late getting over to first. That'll be an infield hit for Zobrist. So he's knocked in a pair of runs here tonight. And it's a 3-1 ball game. Still nobody out.
Now the high hopper looked at, for a moment it was going to go over the head of everybody. Went over Votto's head, but there's Phillips making a catch. You got to have somebody at first base, and really that's a pitcher's job to head right to the bag immediately.
It's all for Matthews. He does not retire a batter. Dylan Axelrod will come on here in the 13th inning. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen, and we'll be back in a moment. And they have a 3-1 lead. Dylan Axelrod on with runners at first and third and nobody out.
Well, the infield's in, so double plays will not be a factor here. And there goes a runner to second base and fouled off.
Hunter takes off again, and a breaking ball is down low to Lorenzo Cain.
And Pena will go out to remind Axelrod what the signs are with the runner at second base.
One ball and 2 strikes on Cain. Still nobody out here in the Kansas City 13th. That one shot foul. This is the 6th game of at least 13 innings the Reds have played this year. They won their first one in Detroit in mid-June. They had 2 of them in the span of 5 days, you may remember, in that road trip through Pittsburgh where they won, and then New York where they lost. They lost a 1-run decision against the Cubs here in 13. That's when Schwarber hit the home run. And then they lost most recently in a 13-inning game. That was a game we referred to earlier when Carpenter homered to tie it, and the Cardinals won it in 13 innings. That's hard to believe. 6 games of 13 innings.
Well, overall, and they've played only 14 extra inning games total. So, and they've not done all that well. 4 and 10 when the Reds go extras.
I bet there are not many teams that have played 6 games or more spanning 13 or more so far this year. Frazier will throw out the hustling Lorenzo Cain for the first out of the inning. So Axelrod picks up the first out, and the runner stay put, and here comes Hosmer. They're going to intentionally walk him. It's interesting, in the National League, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that have played 15 or more extra inning games. Reds are tied for the second most in the league. Over in the American League, the Seattle Mariners have played a whopping 19 extra inning games.
Wow. Plus they travel farther than any other team out there to get to their venues.
The next closest is 13, and that belongs to Chicago. So the Reds among the major league leaders in extra inning games played this year, tonight being their 15th. And as we mentioned, now 6 of the 15 have gone at least 13 innings. Suarez fouls it off. It looked like he got a portion of Brian Pena. I'm not sure where, but he is walking off, I think, some pain right now.
Yeah, and it sounded like it double hit. Oh, right shoulder.
Oh, boy. God, day does that have to hurt. You know, you think about all the sports that are out there, and I am convinced even more than football players that catchers are the least protected of those that are in a contact position, for lack of a better phrase. Danger position. Every football player is in a danger position, but they're covered with their head, their shoulder pads, part of their chest, their hips, their knees, their thighs. Catchers have the knees. Their feet really aren't even protected. They've got the knees and the shin. Their shoulders are not protected. Obviously the head is. Their arms are not in any way. Of course, not many football players' arms either. But their hips are not. Their groin area is not. Man, what a... how badly that foul ball right there must hurt. And for Lord knows how long.
I mean, that's on your throwing shoulder. You're right. For how long is the question.
These guys that get behind the plate, man, they are due the ultimate respect. They are tough guys. Really tough guys. Still 2-2 on Perez. Now some might be yelling and saying, you know, they don't have 300-pound guys chasing them, running. There aren't more than 300-pounders running 4.5s, but they're running 4.7s and 4.8s. So, granted, I'll give you that. But that's about 115 right off your shoulder from 3 feet away. Pulled foul.
Oh, man.
Now, when that guy hits him, man, there ain't a whole lot of fooling
That dude
around.
is some kind of strong.
That wasn't a fly ball. That was a line drive.
You know, when you're sitting in the second deck, about 400 feet away in foul territory, you don't normally think you're going to have to dodge a foul ball.
And they just strike him out on the next pitch. All right, Dylan Axelrod now is an out away from doing a really, really good job. So now Moustakas with the bases loaded. Axelrod came in with first and third and no one out. Runner took off, stole second. He got a bounce out to the third baseman, intentionally walked a batter, and then the strikeout of Perez. One more to go, and it's 1-1 on Moustakas. Say it. Two-one delivery. 3 balls and a strike. They are loaded. Escobar, Zobrist, and Hosmer. 2 outs in the inning. 3 balls and a strike. Full count. Kansas City coming in with the best record in the American League. And their bullpen has been simply phenomenal tonight. Six innings of 1-hit shutout baseball behind their starter Edinson Volquez. 3-2 delivery. Axelrod caught a break there, but he did a great job. Well done, Dylan Axelrod. Runner at third, nobody out. The runner does not score. All right, Reds are down 2. Top of the order coming up. One of the very best in all of baseball, and that is Greg Holland. Now, he has blown 4 saves, and you see the ERA, and we documented some of his troubles along with his setup man's troubles, Wade Davis, here in the month of August. But Holland has been mighty good. And he delivers to your right one.
Now, the earned run average for Holland is way up there because he's pitched in 2 games in which he has not recorded an out and has given up a total of 7 runs in those games. So sometimes that earned run average really deceiving for relievers that don't come in very long.
And you know what you look at sometimes? You look at, okay, when a closer comes in the game, and we know the rules for a closer to pick up a save. But when Holland has been at his best this season, that's when trying to hold a one-run lead. In those games he's pitched, and those are 43 plate appearances, he's allowed 1 run. Opponents are hitting 171 against him. Now he's got a 2-run lead here.
And the other thing you look at, you know, when relievers, and it may apply more for middle relievers because you have an idea of what games they're pitching in, winning or losing games. But when Holland pitches in a ball game, the Royals are 36-3.
Nothing wrong with that. And some might be saying, well, how is that true where he has 4 blown saves? Well, he could have blown a save like tonight, Chapman, where the game was tied and the Royals end up winning the game. Two runs in the inning, charged, of course, to Matthews. An swing back to the mound. 1 out in the Reds' 13th inning. Only Craig Kimbrell has more saves going back to the start of 2013 than does Greg Holland. Kimbrell 131. The overwhelming majority of those, of course, with Atlanta. Hollands have come with Kansas City, 118. You know, many believe this is a year Kansas City is all in. Holland, a guy they figure Davis certainly capable of doing his job next year. Holland would be in line for huge money. Davis a big bump, but
and of course they went out and got Johnny Cueto, probably the best rental player on the market. So the Reds were hopefully the beneficiaries of Kansas City being all in, because I'm sure that the Reds took inquiries and offers from many different teams for Johnny Cueto. And after the end of the day, they sized them all up and said, hey, what Kansas City's giving us is better than what the other ones are doing. So we're glad they're all in. Maybe they got one extra prospect in return just because of that.
1-2 pitch. 2-2 on Suarez.
Doesn't really throw too many of those fastballs. He throws a lot of sliders. I mean, he throws about 45% fastballs and 44% sliders. The others are split between curveballs and splitters. And you've heard of pitchers throwing across their body. Well, what Greg Holland does is exactly the opposite. He steps so far wide open that he falls off to first base in a really kind of an unusual manner. Normally when pitchers fall off the first, they kind of throw across their body, and their sidewinding action where they twist and turn ends up pulling them out of there off balance. But he's almost stepping into the first base on deck circle.
It's very odd, and granted it's only because of a game here, a game there, really an inning here, an inning there, as you documented earlier. And here's that action on Holland's delivery, stepping towards the first base side dugout. You know, it's so interesting when your closer has the highest ERA of anybody in your bullpen. I mean, that's how good. We showed you the numbers earlier. This Kansas City bullpen has been. They're number 1, number 2 in virtually everything. And Suarez has gone swinging. And yet they have a closer with an earned run average closer to 4 than it is 3.5.
Now there's the slider. Or maybe that's just kind of a four-seam fastball. Looks like he got on the side of it a little bit. He did his college work at Western Carolina University in Cullowhee, North Carolina.
Sure old stomping ground.
Well, you know, it's also where Jared Burton, former Red and former Minnesota Twin, a couple of other ball clubs.
Nice kid.
Yeah, he went to school there.
Yep. You're a big Tar Heel State guy. I mean, I was born there, you know, used to hang out there, but you got me licked now, man. I mean, you're a regular down there. 0-2 to Votto.
Votto trying to hit that off-speed pitch into the river. .73 miles an hour.
Timeout called. Medlin in line for the win here tonight. Matthews would slip to 1-4 should the Reds lose it. Medlin would have his first win of this season. And I'm sure there's a great deal of joy and satisfaction should that be the case for Medlin. As long as it's taken him to get back after the Tommy John surgeries, plural. Missed all of last year. To Votto. Well, Votto can reach. He'll give your top home run man, Frazier, a chance to tie it with one crack at the bat. Ball 4, and Frazier will get that chance. Votto has walked for the third time tonight. It's been a rough night for Todd, but of course he's not alone. 0 for 5, has struck out twice. Only a pop-up into short left field in the first inning did he have a ball leave the infield. Ball 1. 1-2 on Todd Frazier. And that's the old ball game. Royals win the opener in 13 innings. Final count of 3-1.